Chapter 813. Like you, Chu Kuangren said coldly. You want to kill me? Ha! Song, I've made countless contributions to the human race, and now you're saying that you want to kill me? Are you worthy of being called a king? The heavenly yellow Taoist's face turned red as he said angrily, if everyone behaves like you, then the human race would be better off without any heroes. Chu Kuangren said coldly. No matter how many contributions the heavenly yellow Taoist had made to the human tribe, the fact that he attempted to cooperate with the deities and disregarded the dignity of the human tribe's martyrs, causing their blood and tears to be shed in vain, was enough for Chu Kuangren to kill him 1,000 times over. Sensing the murderous intent in Chu Kuangren's tone, the heavenly yellow Taoist panicked. He said to the heavenly masters and the others, Lord God, Star Slayer, Song is the biggest obstacle to our cooperation. He must be eliminated. Without him, I'll be the king of the human race, and our cooperation will continue. Stubborn fool. Chu Kuangren's mind surged, and countless spiritual chi weapons gathered and hovered at the peak of the godly mountain. Let's see who can stop me from killing you today. As soon as he said that, the spiritual chi weapons whizzed out. The heavenly yellow Taoist activated the heavenly golden imperial avatar to defend himself. Although he was a peak minor Taoist, it was still not enough against Chu Kuangren. His mind power alone was infinitely close to that of a great Taoist. Soon, the heavenly yellow Taoist was at a disadvantage. Under the continuous attacks of the spiritual chi weapons, the heavenly golden imperial avatar shattered again. Just when he was about to be killed, the deity made his move. Seal of time, an indifferent voice was heard. A mysterious time fluctuation appeared and enveloped the heavenly yellow Taoist, stopping the spiritual chi weapons in midair. Go! A figure came to the heavenly yellow Taoist side and pulled him to the deity's side. Then, the effects of the seal of time were lifted, and the spiritual chi weapons smashed into the godly mountain's ground, creating craters. Oh, the spatial lord. Chu Kuangren looked at the spatial lord and smirked. Just when he was about to attack again, a golden sword ray suddenly whistled towards him. It was mixed with divine power and emperor's chi. All laws returned to ruins. Chu Kuangren raised his hand and formed a whirlpool to nullify the attack. He then looked at the person who had attacked. It was the Star Slayer who was holding the golden greatsword in his hand. A playful look appeared on his face. Yo, it's you. How many years has it been since we last met? It seems like you've improved quite a bit. I should give you a compliment. Zhan Xing stared at Chu Kuangren with a blazing battle intent in his eyes. Song, I don't know how you managed to survive, but today, I can finally fight you to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slashed once more. Vajra Storm Slash. The golden sword chi brought with it a terrifying storm that shattered the void wherever it passed as it locked onto Chu Kuangren. This strike was even more powerful than the black-yellow Pathmasters. You're just a loser. You think too highly of yourself. Chu Kuangren chuckled. With a single thought, countless strands of cold air whistled out. Everything in the world, including space itself, was frozen. The golden storm of sword chi was no exception. It was frozen in the air and turned into countless ice shards. 10,000 rivers are misty, snow-cold. The cold air spread wildly, and it was as if the entire godly mountain had turned into an ice mountain. Some of the overgods who could not evade in time were affected as well. The cold air invaded their bodies, and they felt as if their bodies were about to be frozen into ice sculptures. With a single thought, 10,000 blades created disaster. The spiritual energy weapons whistled towards Zhan Xing. Along the way, there were overgods who could not block in time and were killed. Zhan Xing's eyes narrowed. He wielded the golden greatsword in his hand and swung it repeatedly to block the weapons. Even so, he was still forced to retreat. How powerful! So this is the power of a human king. Zhan Xing's gaze was extremely solemn. Then his figure flickered, and like an unfathomable gust of wind, he shuttled through the thousands of blades with ease. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Chu Kuangren. The golden greatsword in his hand slashed out. Oh! Chu Kuangren was slightly surprised. He raised his hand and formed a vortex, dispersing the power of that sword attack. However, Zhan Xing still held his greatsword tightly and did not budge an inch. He continued to channel divine power and Emperor's Qi into that vortex. At the same time, a ray of light shot out from Zhan Xing's body and instantly transformed into a figure that looked exactly the same as him. Cloning technique. That clone attacked Chu Kuangren from another direction. Interesting. Chu Kuangren raised his hand and a flaming lotus flashed. With a boom, that clone was blasted away by the flaming lotus. Meanwhile, Zhan Xing's figure retreated and merged back with that clone. Chu Kuangren looked at his opponent and said, "First, a movement technique, and now a clone. Looks like you've done some research on my single thought. Firmament, for so many years, I've been thinking about how to defeat you at all times. How could I not study your cultivation method?" Zhan Xing sneered. "Unfortunately, even after so much preparation, you still can't even hurt me. You're still too weak." Zhan Xing's expression darkened. Indeed, although he had done some research on Chu Kuangren, he still could not hurt him. If he could not hurt him, then all his research would be in vain. "Let's try this." Zhan Xing let out a low growl. His divine power and Qi refinement abilities erupted at the same time, resonating in the void and merging into an endless amount of energy. The entire godly mountain trembled because of this energy. Adamantine Emperor's waterfall slash. Zhan Xing tossed his golden great sword into the sky. Taoist patterns flowed on the sword's body as golden sword Qi continuously swept out like a waterfall from the sky. It was extremely domineering. His strength has completely surpassed mine. The adamantine overgod looked at Zhan Xing and said, he was Zhan Xing's father, but now the child he had with a human lady had far surpassed him. This made him feel a little conflicted. A hybrid between a human and a god had actually surpassed him. Overgod. Attack together, the adamantine overgod yelled. He raised his hand and channeled his divine power before unleashing a punch. When the other overgods saw that, they too unleashed their divine powers. Flaming dragons, luminous sun, undead howl, icebound heavens, wrath of earth, five thunders, apocalypse blade, demonic Qi, demonic devour. The overgods attacked at the same time. After all, they were existences comparable to Tao Lords, and the power they unleashed at the same time was extremely terrifying. The entire sky was shrouded in colorful divine light, and the entire godly mountain was plunged into unprecedented turmoil. Golden Cauldron. The golden Tao Lord attacked again. This time, he took out his natal Taoist weapon. It was a golden, three-legged cauldron that was engraved with mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts. As countless golden Qi surged into the cauldron, the Taoist patterns on it began to flow and radiate a million rays of light as it smashed towards Chu Kuangren. The divine power attack, the suppression from the Tao Lord weapon, and all sorts of energies were unleashed, engulfing Chu Kuangren like an apocalyptic flood. In the face of such an attack, Chu Kuangren still did not panic. He gently raised his hand and channeled his ultimate Taoist, Tao, and mind power to their limits. Countless Taoist patterns flowed along his palm and spread in all directions. I've only used this attack against heavenly masters before. Now, I'll let you all witness it. With a single thought, all shall be silent, and the heavens and earth shall perish. Chapter 8:14. With a single thought, silence descends upon the world. An indifferent voice rang out. Boundless thought power swept across the surroundings like a tidal wave. As the Taoist patterns intertwined and circulated, the entire world seemed to have fallen into an eerie silence. Everything went silent. Following that, the Taoist patterns converged and transformed into a circle of light with Chu Kuangren at the center. It then spread out in all directions. The boundless divine power was shattered. The heavenly yellow cauldron was smashed into pieces and sent flying. All the attacks dissipated under the spreading light. Some of the gods were also hit by the light wave and silently exploded into a bloody mist. A silent terror enveloped the entire godly mountain. However, when the light wave dissipated, almost half of the sovereigns present were either dead or injured. Most of the remaining sovereigns were injured and terrified. How can he be so strong? The heavenly yellow sect leader's face was extremely pale. His life's Tao weapon was close to being destroyed after that round of attack, which caused him to suffer a huge backlash. He did not have much combat strength left. He was in disbelief. At first, he thought that his years of hard work had brought him very close to the human king level, or even beyond that. However, he did not expect the gap between them to be so huge. It was the same for Zhang Xing. He had made it his life's goal to defeat the human king and had spent countless years studying his opponent's techniques. However, he now realized that all his efforts were futile. Chu Kuangren gradually retracted his thought power, and the world returned to normal from the eerie silence. He looked at the situation around him with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The power of that technique was not too bad. With a single thought, Chu Kuangren developed the profundity of his thought power cultivation. After he left, the earthen and human souls continued to focus on their thought power cultivation and created a fifth technique based on the previous four techniques. It was this technique: silence descends upon the world. The power of that technique was extremely terrifying. After the earthen and human souls developed it, they had only used it against the Lord God. The power of that technique is still as terrifying as ever. Someone exclaimed in surprise. It was the Lord God. The gods looked at him with hope in their eyes. The Lord God was the only one who had not made a move in this battle. As someone who had perished together with the human king back then, he should at least be as strong as the human king, right? Lord God, we're here to lend you a hand. Zhang Xing said. I hope you don't drag me down. The divine lord sneered without holding back. Then he looked at Chu Kuangren and said, You've even used the silent chord, universal demise. What other trump cards do you have? Why don't you try and find out? Back then, in the battle of Kunlun Abyss, you and I perished together. Now on this divine mountain, I want to see if you can still do it. A terrifying divine power aura erupted from the divine master's body. The entire divine mountain shook. Somehow, there was a surge of power supporting his body. That was the power of the divine mountain. Tao merged state. At the same time, Chu Kuangren activated his heavenly Tao energy. God destroys the universe. The divine lord raised his hand and punched out fiercely. A massive destructive divine power swept out, shaking the universe and shattering the void. With a single thought, the myriad deities, tribulation, fire lotus. The golden red fire lotus suddenly appeared, its radiance illuminating all directions. Both sides attacked almost at the same time. Boom! The divine power and the fire lotus smashed into each other. The surrounding spectators were unable to withstand the impact of this powerful force and were all sent flying. This was a battle that was infinitely close to the battle prowess of a Tao master. Boom! Boom! The Divine Lord and Chu Kuangren exchanged moves back and forth. Their divine power and mind power each released a dazzling brilliance that dazzled the spectators. The master of the gods, the king of the human tribe. After more than 10 eras, the two sides exchanged moves again. The spectators felt as if they had returned to the time when they were in the immemorial Kunlun Abyss. How satisfying! The Divine Lord laughed and said, Song, in all these years, you're the first human to have killed me. You're also the first human to have earned my respect. You're also the first human to have made me view you as my lifelong enemy. Come, let's try this. Try this divine technique that I've specially prepared for you. The Divine Lord's divine power aura did not change much, but the Taoist ripples on his body had become much stronger. Countless Taoist patterns intertwined in the void. The terrifying, destructive divine power combined with the Taoist patterns and formed a gigantic pitch-black sword in the void. The spectators shuddered at the sight of that gigantic sword. It was a gigantic sword that was created specifically for destruction. One interesting technique. Looks like you haven't been sleeping on the godly mountain for more than 10 years. Chu Kuangren chuckled. My divine power is fixed because I don't have the power of faith, but my strength isn't. For so many years, I've been invincible, but you're the one who made me thirst for strength. This is the first time I've ever wanted to defeat someone, and this technique is what I've created to defeat you. The Divine Lord said coldly. Without the power of faith, a god's divine power will be fixed. However, it was not impossible to increase their strength. The changes in their techniques would also affect the power of their divine power. However, due to the limitations of their divine power, no matter how they changed their techniques, they could not break through their limits. However, the previous Divine Lord had not reached his limits. After he was killed by the human king, he began to research his techniques. In order to unleash the full potential of his divine power, he created a new technique. San, take this. Divine Destroyer Sword, King Slayer. The Divine Lord let out a soft cry and swung his sword. In an instant, the endless void exploded. Facing this sword, Chu Kuangren's eyes narrowed slightly. He channeled his mind power and ultimate Tao, and with a single thought, he unleashed the silent worldly demise. When the King Slayer sword collided with the light wave, a terrifying shockwave erupted. However, the light wave was at a disadvantage and was constantly shattered. For the first time, Chu Kuangren was forced to take a few steps back. San, how does that feel? The corners of the Divine Lord's mouth curled up. He felt proud and elated. His many years of hard work had finally paid off. Not bad. Chu Kuangren patted his chest and nodded slightly. Your worldly demise is no match for this technique of mine. One more sword and you'll fall. The Divine Lord laughed and once again channeled his divine power. That gigantic pitch-black great sword formed again. The heavenly yellow sect leader, Zhan Xing, and the other sovereigns were delighted. As expected of the Lord of Gods, we'll win this battle. That's right. The return of the human king is just a joke. The destructive sword formed again. Seeing this, Chu Kuangren chuckled and said, I can't win with the worldly demise. But who told you that I only have the worldly demise? As soon as he said that, a surge of majestic Emperor Qi erupted and swept out in all directions. After channeling his mind power, Chu Kuangren activated the Emperor Qi in his body. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. In this life, besides my mind power, I also have this ultimate Emperor Qi. Chu Kuangren clenched his fist and channeled his majestic Emperor Qi and mind power at the same time. The ultimate Tao and ultimate arcana were activated accordingly. The fusion of the three ultimate powers, under the support of the mental power and the power of the way of the heavens, turned into an unimaginably shocking power. What? The deities were dumbfounded. Even the Divine Lord was dumbfounded. Then he swung his sword. Divine Destroyer Sword, King Slayer. Invincible technique, inverted universe. Chu Kuangren unleashed a punch, and the inverted universe energy erupted. When the fist's strength landed on the black great sword, it instantly shattered it, and a large amount of divine power was sent flying back. The Divine Lord was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and he was instantly sent flying. Behind him, the other deities were also hit by the attack, and they too began to vomit blood. A large number of them fell to the ground. The weaker sovereigns died on the spot. Chapter 8:15. The Invincible Technique, Reversal of Heaven and Earth. The terrifying power swept out in all directions like raging waves. The entire divine mountain was shaken, and the gods were sent flying one after another. The weaker overgods were killed on the spot. A single attack had destroyed the King Slayer technique, annihilated the deities, and toppled the heavenly universe. Chu Kuangren stood where he was and slowly retracted his aura. His gaze was calm as he looked at the deities. As the human king, I shall sweep away all obstacles for the human race today. Deities, are you ready to die? How can he be so powerful? The deities had lost count of how many times they had been shocked. The combat strength that Chu Kuangren had displayed had surpassed all existences in the history of firmament. He was truly the strongest person in history. "Let's attack together," the Heavenly Master said with a grim expression. The deities knew that there was no turning back between them and Chu Kuangren. It was a battle of life and death. Hence, the deities attacked again. Zhan Xing and the Heavenly Sovereign suppressed their injuries and fought back. However, they were all exhausted, so how could they defeat Chu Kuangren? Flame Dragon Roar. The Flame Overgod roared and charged towards Chu Kuangren. He unleashed a punch that was accompanied by a flurry of flames. Chu Kuangren did not retreat. He took a step forward and opened his palm. A vortex appeared and devoured the flames. Too weak. A golden red lotus appeared. The mighty Flame Overgod was burned to ashes on the spot. Icebound Realm. On the other side, the Frost Overgod controlled the blizzard. Chu Kuangren responded with his Frost Chi as well. Before the Frost Overgod could react, he was frozen by the Frost Chi and turned into an ice sculpture. Vajra Tyrant Break. Devastating thunder. The Vajra Overgod charged towards Chu Kuangren. His fist was covered in golden light as an overbearing Vajra divine power gushed out. The Lightning Overgod followed closely behind, thrusting out a lightning spear. "Huh!" He chuckled as if he was looking down on Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren raised his hand and unleashed a punch with his physical strength. When his punch landed on the Vajra Overgod's fist, the power that could destroy an entire planet instantly shattered the Vajra divine power. The Taoist patterns on the Vajra Overgod's fist continued to crack, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. With a blood-curdling scream, the Vajra Master God was sent flying while clutching his arm. Meanwhile, the lightning spear was already aimed at Chu Kuangren's face. However, in the next instant, a fair and slender arm disregarded the violent lightning energy and grabbed onto the lightning spear. Thunder God's expression changed as he felt an irresistible surge of energy erupting within him. His body was sent flying by Chu Kuangren uncontrollably before he crashed into the Vajra Master Deity. Judgment of Light. Dark Apocalypse. The Light Chief God and the Darkness Chief God activated their divine powers at the same time, causing two completely different Tao patterns to converge in the void. A black and a white light converged and rotated in a frenzy, forming a black and white light orb that contained a majestic amount of energy as it smashed towards Chu Kuangren. The Emperor's Chi floated behind Chu Kuangren and transformed into 10,000 avatars. The projection opened its palm and grabbed the black and white ball of light. Darkness and light shall still submit to chaos, Chu Kuangren said indifferently. The power of the primal chaos body erupted. Surges of chaotic chi gushed out from the 10,000 avatars' palm and forcefully crushed the black and white ball of light. Following that, a chaotic chi orb condensed on the 10,000 avatars' fist. It then unleashed a punch towards the Light Chief God and the Darkness Chief God. Not good. Dodge. The two Chief Gods wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The chaotic chi orb smashed onto the two Chief Gods and exploded, turning into tens of thousands of chaotic chi orbs. Each orb of chaotic chi was as heavy as a star, and the two Chief Gods were killed on the spot. What a terrifying avatar. I can't believe this person can use chaotic energy. The deity's expressions changed. As Chu Kuangren unleashed his 10,000 avatars, he seemed to have a sudden urge to unleash all the Taoist physique powers he knew. With the enhancement of Chu Kuangren's Taoist Lord Realm Cultivation base, the power of light, darkness, chaos, the exquisite 9 orifices, sword chi, innate ferocious energy, and so on, every single one of them was incredibly powerful. The group of deities was completely suppressed by a single avatar. The Dharma Taoist master, Luo Shui, and the others looked at each other. They initially wanted to help. However, from the looks of it now, there was no room for them to intervene. Chu Kuangren alone was enough to completely suppress the group of deities. If they were to intervene, It would be too unnecessary. Is this the power of a human ruler? It's too powerful. The bright moon Taoist master's mouth was slightly agape as she was dumbfounded. She was a little relieved. Fortunately, she had chosen to side with the human ruler. If she had chosen to side with the black-yellow Taoist, she did not know what would have happened to her. Meanwhile, the Taoist master and the other Taoists who had once followed the black-yellow Taoist master were still traumatized by their previous actions. They were too stupid. They could not believe that they were stupid enough to stand against the king. If the king wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. Compared to the past, the king's strength is even more terrifying now. Yeah, in the past, the king only used his mind power. But now, the king cultivates both his mind and emperor's chi. His strength is too terrifying. I knew it. How could there be an anomaly like Chu Kuangren in this world? Turns out he's the reincarnation of the king. The Taoists discussed among themselves in awe. Space-time cage. At that moment, several white pillars of light appeared in the void. A powerful surge of space-time energy sealed off all directions and turned into a cage, trapping Chu Kuangren within. Heh, it's this divine weapon again. Chu Kuangren looked at the pillars of light around him and then at the space-time master god. In order to trap him, the space-time master god had pushed his space-time divine power to its limit. He then cast another time divine technique. Seal of time. A strange wave of energy shot towards Chu Kuangren. I've told you before that your space-time Tao is too weak. Chu Kuangren ignored the time divine technique. With a thought, circles of light waves spread out with him as the epicenter. The world fell silent. Under the impact of the light waves, the time divine technique immediately dissipated. Cracks began to appear on the pillars of light around him. You want to trap the king with this space-time cage? What a joke. As soon as he said that, with a loud explosion, the space-time cage was completely shattered. Endless energy surged out and blasted the space-time master god away, causing his divine body to collapse on the spot. However, in the next instant, time reversed. The space-time master god reappeared in his perfect form. However, he looked at Chu Kuangren with fear in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at the most inconceivable beast in the world. With such power, he's much stronger than before. No one in this world can stop him now. The space-time master god said with a trembling voice, "Run." No one knew who was the one who suddenly roared. Then, the deities frantically fled in all directions. The deities were afraid. They no longer cared about faith. With the king around, they would never have the chance to develop their faith in the human tribe. So what if they could revive with the help of the godly mountain? Every time they revived, Chu Kuangren would kill them. What was the difference between that and death? Chapter 8:16. Trying to escape? Where do you think you can run to? Chu Kuangren sneered. Then, somewhere in the godly mountain, a ray of golden light shot into the sky, and a giant golden seal floated above the godly mountain's peak. It was a human ruler's seal that sealed the godly mountain in the past. The human ruler's seal sensed Chu Kuangren's aura and automatically rose into the air, hovering above the godly mountain. Millions of rays of light descended and enveloped the entire godly mountain. Suddenly, the deities within the godly mountain had nowhere to go. It's the human ruler's seal. Chu Kuangren sealed the godly mountain with the human ruler's seal. Damn it, we can't leave now. The deities' expressions darkened. The Lord of Space said loudly, "Song, I request for a truce. We, the deities, are willing to promise that we will never offend you humans again." Do you think I'm as stupid as the heavenly Yellow Tao Lord? The fact that you gods tore up the 100,000-year agreement is still fresh in my mind. Your words are just **T to me. I don't even believe a single punctuation mark. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. With a lift of his arm, thousands of spiritual chi blades gathered. Song, the deities can help us conquer the outer sky civilization. Why do you have to kill them all? The heavenly Yellow Tao Lord said. Oh, are you speaking up for the deities? Chu Kuangren glared at him coldly. I'm just stating the facts. The heavenly yellow Tao Lord was a little afraid. Neither you nor the deities can leave today. Chu Kuangren lifted his arm, and thousands of spiritual chi blades were about to explode. However, at that moment, a huge burst of energy erupted from the depths of the godly mountain, and a huge, colorful ball of light soared into the sky. A majestic wave of energy continuously spread from it. That's the godly mountain's origin. Only a heavenly master can activate the godly mountain's origin. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to... No way. The gods looked at the ball of light, and their expressions became one of fear and anger. It was as if someone had touched their sore spot. The crowd could not help but be curious. What was this godly mountain's origin that the deities were so concerned about? Chu Kuangren's interest was piqued. Shall AI analyze it? Analyzing the origin of the sacred mountain, the power of the firmament star before the birth of the heavenly axiom, contains the root of the god's power. After analyzing it, Chu Kuangren came to a sudden realization. The origin of the godly mountain was the source of the deity's power. Once it was destroyed, the power of the gods would dissipate. Not only that, the reason why the over-gods were able to resurrect one after another was all because of the divine mountain source. Once the source was destroyed, there was no way for them to resurrect. It was no wonder that the gods were so nervous and angry. I was still thinking about how to solve this once and for all. I didn't expect the god lore to provide me with such a good idea. Chu Kuangren chuckled. The energy within the ball of light surged and rapidly shrank, and the gods felt their own power rapidly draining away. No, don't. God Lord, you are destroying the foundation of our gods. The gods were panicking, but there was nothing they could do. The Divine Master has lost his mind. He's willing to destroy his own foundation just to defeat Chu Kuangren. The temporal overlord chuckled bitterly. A figure gradually appeared in the five-colored light. It was the Divine Master. The Divine Master's appearance was different from before. Countless colorful Taoist patterns flowed on his body, and his radiance was dazzling. His eyes were like the stars, incomparably deep. Every move he made contained a kind of energy fluctuation that seemed like it could destroy heaven and earth. The Divine Master had gathered all of the gods' power into his body. "Son, let's fight again," the Divine Master said coldly, and an unprecedented divine aura erupted from his body. He raised his arm, gathered his divine power, and unleashed a punch. Chu Kuangren also unleashed a punch. The two peerless energies collided. The godly mountain instantly exploded. Without the source of divine power, the godly mountain was no better than an ordinary mountain. If not for the human ruler's seal that sealed the space, the powerful energy fluctuation would have destroyed the nearby prefectures. This power is interesting. Chu Kuangren patted the dust off his chest. He realized that the Divine Master's power had reached the level of a great Taoist master. It made sense, since he had gathered all of the gods' power into his body. It was normal for him to be able to unleash such power. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Looks like I can have a good fight today. He took a step forward, and the 10,000 avatars behind him also unleashed a punch. The Divine Master retaliated as well. Under the collision of their powers, the entire godly mountain was completely shattered, and the horrifying energy impacted the Taoist pattern seal that was set up by the human ruler seal. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Kuangren controlled his avatar to unleash one punch after another against the Divine Master. Every time he unleashed a different Taoist fluctuation, he unleashed the full power of the 10,000 avatars. Sword Chi, innate ferocious Chi, light energy, darkness energy, and chaotic energy were unleashed one after another, causing the Divine Master to be a little flustered. "What's going on with this avatar?" the Divine Master said angrily. The divine power within his body circulated, and it was raised to another level. Divine destruction of the universe, break! Amidst the explosion, the 10,000 avatars were destroyed. However, destroying the avatar did not hurt Chu Kuangren at all. He took a step forward and came before the Divine Master. His physical strength mind power, and Emperor's chi erupted at the same time, and he swung his fists in a dazzling manner. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Kuangren and the Divine Master fought in close combat. His fists, palms, fingers, legs, elbows, and other parts of his body seemed to have turned into the most horrifying weapons in the world that contained the most horrifying energy. As their attacks collided, the entire godly mountain space began to collapse. It was the most primitive close combat, without any mystical spells. It was the most exquisite technique, and neither of them gave way to the other. Both of them entered the void. Then, they returned to the godly mountain from the void with their figures constantly changing. Everyone hid under the human mountain's seal, and with its protection, they watched the battle with their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. That battle was so exciting that they did not have the time to think about anything else for fear of missing out on any details. I've got you. The Divine Master suddenly grabbed Chu Kuangren's wrists and sneered. A ferocious black dragon suddenly appeared on his chest. The black dragon opened its giant mouth and bit at Chu Kuangren. Idiot! Chu Kuangren sneered. Buzz! A sword chime was heard. Chu Kuangren unsheathed the long sword at his waist and stood in front of the black dragon. The dragon's head and the sword collided, and both Chu Kuangren and the Divine Master were forced back. The black dragon circled in the air with a horrifying aura. It then turned into a black halberd and landed in the Divine Master's hand. That was the divine weapon of the Divine Master, the Black Dragon Halberd. Chu Kuangren had seen it once during the battle at Kunlun Abyss. A sword? I thought that beautiful long sword of yours was just a decoration. The Divine Master was surprised as he held the Black Dragon Halberd in his hand. The Descendant Self sword trembled slightly. It was as if it was unhappy that the Divine Master called it a decoration. Chu Kuangren grabbed the hilt of his Descendant Self sword and transformed his Dao of invincibility into his sword Dao. The boundless sword Dao domineering aura tore the surrounding void apart. How many sword attacks can your Black Dragon Halberd withstand? Arrogant! The Divine Master snorted and swung the halberd. The battle between the Divine Master and the King of the Human Tribe had opened a new chapter. From a bare-chested battle to a close-quarters combat, the battle's power had increased once again. Chapter 817. Clang, clang. A series of metallic clangs rang out in the void. What followed was a horrifying scene of the void exploding. The gorgeous white jade longsword and the ferocious black halberd clashed continuously. The Descendant Self-Sword and the Black Dragon Halberd were two peerless weapons that added to the brilliance of this battle between man and God. Although the Almighty God had lived for countless years, he still could not suppress Chu Kuangren in terms of techniques and battle experience. After all, the Almighty God was born with unparalleled divine power, so he did not have many opportunities to fight with others to accumulate battle experience. However, Chu Kuangren was different. Since he started cultivating, he had fought countless battles. In the extraterritorial battlefield, he was even known as the dominator of the battlefield. His battle experience and techniques had long reached an extraordinary level. In fact, he could vaguely suppress the Almighty God. Black Dragon Halberd technique, Soaring Dragon. The Almighty God snorted and unleashed his divine power as he swung his halberd. His divine power and Taoist patterns turned into a ferocious black dragon that soared into the sky and charged towards Chu Kuangren with an endless gust of wind. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. Chu Kuangren also swung his sword. The sharp sword chi seemed to be able to tear apart everything in the world. After one move, neither side was willing to back down. The Almighty God once again activated his ultimate technique and tossed his halberd into the air. Surges of divine power flowed and intertwined with the Taoist patterns, causing countless strength chi to erupt. Black Dragon Halberd technique, Soaring Dragon. The Black Dragon appeared again. Its divine power was like a boundless tide, its might vast and mighty. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. Chu Kuangren swung his sword and slashed the dragon apart. Black Dragon Halberd technique, Burning Dragon. With a long roar, black flames gushed out from the halberd. The black dragon swam in the sea of flames and charged towards Chu Kuangren. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. Another sword attack. The sea of flames dispersed, but Chu Kuangren was still standing tall. The Almighty God was speechless. Is this the only technique you know? Chu Kuangren's fingertip brushed the descendant's sword's blade. His white robes made him look like a sword deity. One sword technique can break all techniques, unlike your fancy moves. The Almighty God's mouth twitched. The next move will decide the outcome of this battle between us. God Obliteration Sword. King Slayer. The Divine Master once again used his strongest divine ability. A gigantic, pitch-black sword appeared in the void. Divine power filled with destructive aura surged in all directions, shaking the universe. Then, the deity lord threw out the black dragon halberd in his hand. It turned into a ferocious black dragon that coiled around the black god Obliteration giant sword. The combination of the divine technique and the divine artifact shook the world. This attack was several times stronger than before. As the sword slashed out, the black dragon roared and sealed off the space around Chu Kuangren. There was no way for him to evade, and he could only face the attack head-on. I'll show you the power of the human clan's sword. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. He leaped up and activated his Emperor Qi and Psyche power to the maximum. A wave of mysterious sword Tao rippled out. At this moment, countless swords on Firmament Star began to tremble. Supreme Emperor's sword art, unique in the universe. Chu Kuangren let out a cold roar, and a gigantic golden figure appeared behind him. That figure looked very similar to him. The difference was that the figure's face was filled with a terrifying, dignified aura of supremacy and suppression. He was like an emperor. Chu Kuangren raised the descendant's sword high in the air. Behind him, that emperor's form also raised its hand. A surge of golden sword chi surged in its palm. The golden sword chi then shot out toward the god Obliteration sword. This was the human clan sword. The human clan's sword. The Divine Master's eyes widened. F*CK. Didn't you say that you only know one sword technique? Why did you suddenly change your sword technique? Human clan's king, you're shameless. The Divine Master cursed in his heart. However, in the face of this supreme emperor's sword, he had no choice but to channel all his divine power to defend himself. Sword against sword, the ultimate techniques clashed. Thousands of miles of the void shattered one after another. The human ruler's seal glowed brightly in the void. In order to protect the surrounding prefectures, it trapped this incredibly powerful energy wave within the range of the godly mountain. Accompanied by the black dragon's wail, the god Obliteration sword was destroyed. The Divine Master was swept away by the sword chi and was sent flying before he crashed into the enchanted boundary of the human ruler's seal. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and the light on his divine body dimmed significantly. You've lost. Chu Kuangren held the descendant's sword in his hand and looked at the Divine Master indifferently. The Taoist masters were extremely excited. They looked at Chu Kuangren's back with fanatical admiration and admiration in their eyes. This was their king. Once again, he had led them to victory against the gods. The gods, on the other hand, were devastated. They had lost. This time, they had been utterly defeated. Even the Divine Master, who had absorbed the godly mountain's origin energy, was no match for Chu Kuangren. What else could they possibly have? Impossible. Impossible. I've gathered the gods' energy into one, and my divine power is unprecedentedly strong. How can I lose? How is this possible? The Divine Master's eyes were bloodshot. He raised his hand and grabbed the black dragon halberd that had fallen not far away. I can't lose, especially you. As the master of the gods, his dignity would not allow him to lose to a person twice. The Divine Master took a step forward and swung his halberd at Chu Kuangren. It's futile. Chu Kuangren raised his hand and swung his sword. The sword and halberd clashed again, and with a loud clang, a crack appeared on the black dragon halberd. Then the crack spread and covered the entire halberd before it shattered into pieces. The descendant's sword shattered the black dragon halberd and landed on the divine master's body. It tore through his divine power and sent him flying. After that attack, the divine master was severely injured, and the godly mountain's origin energy that he had forcefully absorbed started to leak out from his body. Black dragon halberd. My black dragon halberd is broken. The divine master was in disbelief. Then he noticed his injuries and the godly mountain's origin energy leaking out from his body, and a vicious look appeared in his eyes. Song, even if I die, I'll drag you and everyone else down with me. His divine body began to expand, and the countless Taoist patterns on it began to disintegrate. A vast and majestic energy was about to erupt. He's going to detonate the godly mountain's origin energy. One of the gods exclaimed. The godly mountain's origin energy was extremely vast. It was the source of all the gods' energy, and the divine master had not fully absorbed it. Even so, it had allowed him to reach the level of a Taoist master. If this energy were to detonate in an instant, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Kuangren thought of the battle at the Divine Blood Mountain. That explosion had caused endless natural disasters in half of the Blood Source star, and billions of lives were lost. Song, can your human overlord seal withstand this energy? The Divine Master said in a frenzy. The human overlord seal was indeed powerful, but it would take at least 3 more human overlord seals to withstand the godly mountain's origin energy's explosion. You won't be able to detonate it. Chu Kuangren took a step forward and activated his time stop ability. Everything fell silent. In an instant, Chu Kuangren's descendant sword had already slashed across the Divine Master's neck and decapitated him. The Divine Master had fallen. With his death, the majestic godly mountain's origin energy slowly calmed down and was sealed back into the Divine Master's divine persona. It's over. The Dharma sect master breathed a sigh of relief. After killing the Divine Master, Chu Kuangren's figure flashed and appeared before the heavenly yellow Taoist master. His gaze was as cold as ice. My king, I was wrong. My king, I was wrong. I beg you, please give me another chance on account of my contributions to the human race. The heavenly yellow Taoist master knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Green Robe and the heavenly torturers have contributed greatly to the human race as well. Yet, you want to kill them for the sake of cooperating with the gods? Didn't the Chaos Taoist master sacrifice his life for the human race as well? Yet, for your own selfish reasons, you've watched him get sealed inside the slumbering emperor coffin for more than 10 years. If I don't kill you, I'll only disappoint them. Boom! The kneeling heavenly yellow Taoist master suddenly charged towards Chu Kuangren and unleashed a palm attack. With a ferocious expression, he said, Song die. However, before he could even get close to Chu Kuangren, he was stopped by a surge of mind power. Then, that mind power turned into a vortex and swallowed the heavenly yellow Taoist master whole. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Amidst his screams, the heavenly yellow Taoist master was crushed into a pile of minced meat by the mind power vortex. Chapter 8:18. After killing the heavenly yellow path master and the heavenly master, Chu Kuangren looked at the other deities who were present. Since the origin of the godly mountain had been forcefully absorbed by the heavenly master, these deities were left with very little divine power. They were no longer a threat to him. The only one left was Zhan Xing. Seeing that Chu Kuangren was looking at him, Zhan Xing could not help but shudder. Then he said unwillingly, Song, you've been dead for more than 10 years. Why do you still want to return? Because the human race still needs me. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. If not for you, I would be the human king. I will lead them to live together with the gods and create a new era. Living together with the gods? Are you kidding me? The gods view the human race like pigs and dogs, treating them as tools. If you had really led the human race, I'm afraid that the human race would still be enslaved by the gods, living in darkness. Do you really think that man and God are irreconcilable? Zhang Xing said coldly. At the very least, I'm irreconcilable with these gods before me. Chu Kuangren swept his gaze across the master gods. Humans and gods coexisting. He could not deny this idea. Perhaps in other civilizations, there would be such a phenomenon. However, the gods and humans of the firmament star could never coexist. These gods had brought too much harm to the human race. The other sovereigns couldn't help but fall silent. At this moment, they couldn't help but have a thought. If they had treated the human race a little better when they were born, would things be different now? At the very least, they wouldn't have to be in such an irreconcilable situation. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. Die. Chu Kuangren gently raised his hand. Boundless spiritual qi converged into weapons and rained down like torrential rain. None of the gods present, including Slayer's Star, were spared. Even the followers of the sect of 10,000 gods were not spared. These people had all been brainwashed and were hell-bent on the gods. If they were left alone in the human race, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? He might as well deal with them all at once. Chu Kuangren could be very forgiving at times, but when he was ruthless, he was definitely an executioner who would kill without batting an eyelid. He walked in front of the God Lord's corpse and took out a prismatic crystal. This was the God Lord's divine deity, and it contained an extremely terrifying energy. That was the power of the gods, the source of the God Mountain. After cleaning up the battlefield, Chu Kuangren left with his people. The main gods had completely gone extinct. The remaining gods that were scattered in all directions were no longer a threat. Your Majesty, should we remove the heavenly hatred formation? The Tao Lords were all gathered in one place. The Pathmaster of 10,000 Laws asked, "No need to remove it." The Tao Master of 10,000 Laws was taken aback. He then asked, "The Water Path Lord and the others have been asleep for so long. Are we going to let them continue to sleep?" He did not believe that the king was such a heartless person. True enough, Chu Kuangren chuckled. Who told you that the hateful parting heaven formation must be dispelled in order to release Luo, Shui, and the others? He looked into the sky and said, "This hateful parting heaven formation was something that the Formation Master and I came up with together. However, it requires a huge amount of energy to activate it. We can't find that kind of energy in the firmament star. So the Formation Master came up with the idea of using the Formation Master as the formation core. But now we have such energy." Chu Kuangren took out a few overgod godheads and said, "If I use these godheads to replace the Taoist masters, I'll be able to maintain the hateful sky formation. All I need to do is to change the energy periodically. We don't have many overgod godheads. What should we do if we run out of them?" The heavenly yellow Taoist master is right about one thing. The firmament star must continue to develop, and it's only a matter of time before we come into contact with the extraterrestrial civilization. It doesn't matter if we run out of energy. There are always replacements in the vast universe. Chu Kuangren said, "Yes." The Tao Master of 10,000 Laws nodded. Chu Kuangren left the task of replacing the hateful sky formation core with the overgod godheads to the Tao Master of 10,000 Laws. In just a few days, a few more Taoists appeared on the firmament star's side. These 9 Taoists gathered with the other Taoists. "I can't believe so many things have happened." A Taoist dressed in white could not help but lament after listening to the Tao Master of 10,000 Laws and the others. This person was the Sword Taoist Master, the first person in the firmament star to possess the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart. On the other hand, there were a few people by his side, and amongst them was Luo Shui's main body, a monk that wore a kasaya and held a staff in his hand, and a middle-aged man that wore armor that flowed with a faint baleful aura. "By the way, where's the king?" one of the Taoists asked. He was the Wind Valley Taoist, one of the strongest cultivators in the Defying God Pavilion. He was also one of the Taoists who had known Chu Kuangren for the longest time. "Everyone, it's been a while." At that moment, a cheerful voice came from outside the Great Hall. Chu Kuangren slowly walked in. The Wind Valley Taoist, Fiery Martial Taoist, and the others were stunned when they saw the unfamiliar face before them. Although his face is different, His aura and Taoist aura are exactly the same as the king's. The Wind Valley Taoist murmured before he stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, King." "King." The Taoist hurriedly bowed. Chu Kuangren swept his gaze across the crowd and smiled. "Long time no see, everyone. Thank you for your hard work after sleeping for so long. Everything is for the firmament star. Yes, we have no complaints. Haha, compared to that, King, I heard that this is your reincarnated body, right? Your name is Chu Kuangren, right? At the end of the day, you're still different from the song of the past. If you want me to recognize you as king again, you'll have to show me your strength." A middle-aged man in black armor laughed as he looked at Chu Kuangren with an uncontrollable battle intent in his eyes. "Sky ferocious, don't be presumptuous," Luo Shui scolded. "A king is a king. How can you offend your superior?" The Wind Valley Taoist could not help but glare at the sky ferocious Taoist. Chu Kuangren, on the other hand, waved his hand nonchalantly and smiled. "So many years have passed, but you're still the same, Sky Ferocious." The Sky Ferocious Taoist was the firmament star's first infallible tormented physique. He was a famous battle maniac among the Taoists, and it was because Tsang had beaten him into submission that the latter recognized him as king. Now, he was Tsang's reincarnated body in name. In the Sky Ferocious Taoist's eyes, he and Tsang were two different people. To convince the Sky Ferocious Taoist, he had to display his strength. Chu Kuangren lifted his hand and tore open a crack in the void. He smiled and said, "Let's fight in the void. I'll teach you how to be a man." The Sky Ferocious Taoist chuckled. "I couldn't ask for more." He then took a step forward and entered the void. In the void, Chu Kuangren and the Sky Ferocious Taoist were facing each other in the void. A black spear appeared in the Sky Ferocious Taoist's hand. The spear was surrounded by terrifying innate ferocious chi and Taoist patterns. "Take this, Chu Kuangren." The Sky Ferocious Taoist raised his arm and activated his Emperor's chi. He unleashed a spear attack without any probing. His first attack was at the level of a Taoist master. Chu Kuangren smirked. He did not use his mind power. Instead, he gathered a small world in his palm and grabbed the incoming spear. Then, he yanked and dragged the Sky Ferocious Taoist towards him. Chu Kuangren's knee landed directly on his opponent's stomach. Even with the protection of his armor, the Sky Ferocious Taoist could not help but let out a cry of pain. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren followed up with a series of quick attacks. His fists, palms, knees, and elbows caught the Sky Ferocious Taoist off guard. The Sky Ferocious Taoist groaned in pain. Wind Valley, Yin Wu, and the others were dumbfounded. From what they remembered, the king had never engaged in close combat with anyone before. How did he become so powerful now? Chapter 819. In the Void, the Sky Ferocious Taoist master, who had never expected Chu Kuangren to engage in close combat, was caught off guard. A series of swift attacks from Chu Kuangren had left him dizzy, and all he could see were the shadows of fists and palms. "Break!" The Heaven Fiend Tao Master let out a long howl and released his Heaven Fiend Dharma characteristic. The moment his Dharma idol appeared, the Sky Fiend Tao Master's strength multiplied. Surging, baneful aura howled as it slammed into the void in a frenzy. Upon seeing that, Chu Kuangren unleashed his 10,000 Taoist avatar as well. From the looks of it, it was many times more powerful than the divine, ferocious avatar. The Heaven Fiend Tao Master swallowed his saliva. He had a bad feeling about this. Compared to the myriad Tao Dharma aspects, his Heaven Fiend Dharma aspect was like a child. There was no comparison at all. Moreover, he could actually sense the aura of his infallible tormented body from the Dharma idol. No, not only the infallible tormented body, but also the chaos body, the all principles coalescence body, and other Tao bodies. Why did King's fighting style change so much? The Heaven Fiend Tao Master was puzzled. However, Chu Kuangren's 10,000 Taoist avatar had already pinned the divine, ferocious avatar to the ground. With a few punches, it was instantly smashed into nothingness. Immediately after, the Sky Fiend Tao Master felt a terrifying force lock onto him. Then his body was grabbed by the 10,000 Tao Dharma forms. No matter how much he conjured the Emperor Qi, he was unable to break free. Do you still want to fight? Chu Kuangren smiled playfully. Sky Fiend Tao Master hurriedly shook his head. Let's not fight anymore. It was true that he liked to battle, but that did not mean that he liked to be tortured. He finally understood that the gap between him and Chu Kuangren was too big. They were not on the same level at all. After all, he was a mid-stage little Tao Lord. To him, Chu Kuangren was at least at the peak of a minor Taoist master, and he might even be comparable to a great Taoist master. Chu Kuangren dispersed the 10,000 Taoist avatar. Heaven Fiend Tao Lord walked in front of him and knelt on one knee. Greetings, Your Majesty. I was rude just now. Please punish me, Your Majesty. He was completely convinced. The king in front of him was even more powerful than before. Hey, get up. You've always been like this, so there's no need to punish me. Chu Kuangren chuckled. For the sake of the firmament star, Chu Kuangren had willingly turned himself into a formation core and slumbered for 12 years. Why would Chu Kuangren be calculative over such a small matter? King, you've become even stronger. The Heaven Fiend Tao Master said sincerely. Of course, not only has the king become stronger, he has also become more charming. A female Taoist master walked over and looked at Chu Kuangren with an indescribable passion in her eyes. Her name was the Dark Moon Tao Lord. She respected Chu Kuangren as if he was a deity, and she also had feelings for him. She would confess to Chu Kuangren every few days, but she was always rejected. However, she still followed by his side and remained loyal to him. Restrain yourself. I'm about to drool. Luo Shui reminded the Dark Moon Tao Lord. TCH, if you like him, then you like him. Why do you have to restrain yourself? The Dark Moon Taoist snorted and did not take it to heart. He then walked towards Chu Kuangren and said, My king, I've been in a deep slumber for so long. Now that we finally meet again, I'd like to warm your bed. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. No need, my blanket is quite warm. Chu Kuangren said helplessly. He had lost count of how many times he had heard similar conversations in his memory. Oh, the Dark Moon Tao Lord was a little disappointed, but she soon returned to normal. After being rejected so many times, she was already used to it, and her Taoist core was now indestructible. After meeting with the Tao Lords, the next step was to deal with the internal affairs of Firmament Star and reorganize the military and civilians of the 81 strongholds. It was a very exhausting task. Even with the help of Elder Ruyin and the other Tao Lords, it still took up a lot of Chu Kuangren's time. A few months later, Chu Kuangren and the Tao Lords had come up with a general plan for Firmament Star's future development. All that was left was to carry it out. Chu Kuangren left these matters to Elder Ruyin. Speaking of which, Elder Ruyin had always been Chu Kuangren's best assistant in handling these trivial matters. She could always help him with them. Elder Ruyin, no matter what, I'm a human king now. Why don't I make you the human tribe's great chief? Chu Kuangren rubbed his chin and looked at Elder Ruyin, who was organizing some documents beside him. Elder Ruyin rolled her eyes. The Black Heaven sect alone is enough to keep me busy. What about the entire human tribe? Oh, my sect leader, my king, please spare me. This is a supreme authority. I can't believe you don't want it, Elder Ruyin. Chu Kuangren teased. Hee, if you want to tire me to death, just say it. Huh. I still need to rely on Elder Ruyin's help from now on. By the way, Elder Ruyin, do you have any thoughts on the future development of the human tribe? Chu Kuangren changed the topic. Elder Ruyin flipped through the documents in her hands and said, Then I'll just say it. In the current human tribe, only the higher-ups know that you're a human king, sect leader, but the lower-level cultivators and commoners don't. Besides, the human tribe's forces are too scattered now. There are hundreds of nations, big and small, not to mention the orthodoxies formed by cultivators. There are a lot of sage orthodoxies and emperor orthodoxies. If it were in the past, it wouldn't be a problem to let them govern themselves. However, sect leader, you want to develop the extraterrestrial civilization in the future, right? Although I don't know how strong the extraterrestrial civilization is, I'm sure a civilization is 1,000 times stronger than an emperor orthodoxy. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize our internal affairs. If the firmament star's forces are scattered like this, it'll be very difficult to mobilize them if we encounter any problems, let alone fight against the extraterrestrial civilization. Chu Kuangren listened quietly as his knuckles unconsciously tapped on the armrest of his chair. Then he asked, "What do you intend to do, Elder Ruyan?" "The best way to centralize power is to build a nation." Chu Kuangren smiled. Elder Ruyan, who was the first to answer, nodded and said, "That's right. Let's not talk about the demonic tribes and the like in the firmament star for now. The human forces must first be unified, and the best way to do that is to establish a unified, centralized nation." Building a nation? I miss it. Chu Kuangren looked nostalgic. He had built an empire before. He led the human tribe from the tribal era to the era of city-states, and then built the first human kingdom. However, after the war with the deities and his death, that kingdom fell apart, and the human tribe gradually became what it was today. Let's gather Luo Shui, Hun Dun, and the others for a discussion. Chu Kuangren smiled. Soon, Hun Dun, Luo Shui, and the others gathered together, and Chu Kuangren told them about Elder Ruyan's idea. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that, and they looked at Elder Ruyan with a fiery gaze. Elder Ruyan was shocked. After all, these people were the big shots of the firmament star, and any one of them could kill her 1,000 times over. Being stared at by all of them made her a little nervous. "Your brother Ruyan, right?" The Dharma Taoist master smiled. You flatter me. You flatter me." Elder Ruyan was a little scared. "Oh my God, you're talking to me as a peer." She was not even an emperor yet, and yet she was addressing a Taoist master as a fellow Taoist. That was unbelievable. Chapter 820. Seeing how terrified Elder Ruyan was, the Dharma Taoist master tried his best to speak in a gentler tone. "Brother Ruyan, your idea is very good. Can you tell us more about it?" Is he asking me to give him some pointers? Elder Ruyan was a little nervous. If I don't do well, will he give me a hard time? Chu Kuangren transmitted from behind. Elder Ruyan, hold your head high and don't be afraid. Don't forget that your sect leader is here. Upon hearing that, Elder Ruyan felt a little more confident. She began to tell them her idea. At first, she was a little stumbling, but eventually, her words became smoother and smoother. All kinds of ideas emerged one after another. The Taoist masters' eyes lit up as they listened. Fellow Taoist Ruyan's idea is truly brilliant. That's right. If Brother Ruyan's idea can be implemented, then all the forces in Firmament Star will be united. This will be a great help to our future development of the extraterrestrial civilization. The Taoist masters said excitedly. Elder Ruyan looked at the Taoist masters and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that although these Taoist masters had lived for a long time, they were not as knowledgeable as she was in this aspect. She suddenly felt a little fortunate. It seemed that she could still help the sect leader. In fact, she had been worried for the past few days because Chu Kuangren was no longer just the Black Heaven sect leader. He was now the king of the humans. With that, Chu Kuangren's focus on the Black Heaven sect would be greatly reduced. Moreover, with so many Taoist masters around him, a cultivator who was not even an emperor like her would be too insignificant. Moreover, she was not as talented as the other cultivators who had a peerless Taoist physique that could catch up to Chu Kuangren's cultivation level. In the future, she would probably drift further away from the sect leader. At that thought, she still felt a little sad. However, she no longer felt that way. There were many powerful cultivators around the sect leader, but they were always busy with cultivation, so they could not handle internal affairs as well as she could. She was still quite useful to the sect leader. Seeing the Taoist masters discussing among themselves, Elder Ruyan was a little thirsty from all the talking and wanted to find a cup of tea. Beside her, a teacup automatically floated over. It was Chu Kuangren. "Elder Ruyan, thank you. Thank you, sect master." Elder Ruyan took the teacup. "Elder Ruyan, I'll leave the matter of establishing a nation to you. Feel free to ask me if you need any help." Chu Kuangren smiled. "Ah, you want me to handle such an important matter? Wasn't this your idea, Elder Ruyin? Of course you have to do it. Chu Kuangren chuckled. Elder Ruyin hesitated. By the side, Luo Shui smiled faintly and said, "What King said is right. We're not adept at dealing with these matters. We'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Ruyin." That's right. Since the king has said so, fellow Taoist Ruyin, go ahead and do it. If anyone dares to disagree, just tell us. Huh. I want to see who dares to stop us from establishing a nation. The most powerful Tao lords in the world spoke one after another. Elder Ruyin nodded solemnly. All right then. Just like that, Elder Ruyin, who was not even an emperor, became the most powerful person in Firmament Star, second only to Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren had left the task of establishing a nation to Elder Ruyin and the others. He went to the towering Heaven Palace and prepared to go into closed-door meditation. The forces of Firmament Star can be united, but for a civilization to truly stand in the vast universe, it needs absolute power. A civilization without an immortal can't last long. My main goal now is to become an immortal, Chu Kuangren murmured. He took out a prismatic crystal. It was a godhead, a heavenly master's godhead. This godhead contained an enormous amount of energy. Besides the heavenly master's own energy, there was also a portion of the godly mountain's origin energy. Ordinary cultivators could not refine this energy. However, Chu Kuangren had the universal cauldron physique, so he could. He began to refine the godhead. Time passed, and soon half a year had passed. On this day, Chu Kuangren woke up from his closed-door meditation. He had completely refined the energy within the godhead, and his cultivation level had risen from the Little Downlord realm to the late Little Downlord realm. That was his cultivation level. His combat strength could not be measured by his cultivation level. Ultimate Emperor Essence, Ultimate Tao, and Ultimate Profundity. Just these three ultimate powers were enough for him to have the capital to fight those of a higher level. Not to mention, he had the heavenly Tao energy, mind power, immortal techniques, immortal body, and other trump cards. He could even fight a great Tao Lord. It would not be a problem for him to defeat an ordinary great Tao Lord. I wonder how Elder Ruyin and the others are doing. Chu Kuangren's emperor's thoughts spread throughout the Black Heaven sect. He saw that Lan Yu was cultivating. Murong Xian and Nangong Huang were sparring. The godly phoenix Lil Red was secretly eating a spirit fruit in the Fairfrost Valley. Mysterious Force and the third forefather were playing chess, and they seemed to have fallen into a predicament. The seventh forefather beside them was so anxious that he wanted to say something but could not. Unknowingly, the white-robed general had found the Sky Fiend Tao Lord and was asking him about the mysteries of the infallible tormented physique. Wherever the emperor's thought passed, the scenery of the Black Heaven sect appeared in his mind. Soon, he found Elder Ruyin, who was with Gu Linglong, and in front of her was a map of the Firmament Star. Both of them were discussing the matter of establishing a nation. When they talked about the key points, they even used the sand table beside them to rehearse. They seemed to be more concerned about this matter than Chu Kuangren. Linglong was once the Royal Azure Dynasty's empress, so she must have her own experience in governing a nation. It's a good idea for her to work with Elder Ruyin on this matter, Chu Kuangren thought to himself. Then he opened the fantasy roulette. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legendary high-grade battleship blueprint. The battleship blueprint. Chu Kuangren retrieved it and pondered. This item came at the right time. In order to develop in the universe, other than relying on strong cultivators, all kinds of advanced cultivation techniques were indispensable. Alchemy, equipment refinement, runes, formation techniques, and so on. Among them, there was one thing that was particularly important, and that was a battleship that could travel in the universe and be used in battle. The manufacturing process of a battleship was extremely complicated, and it involved various techniques such as formation and runes. The quality of a battleship often represented the development of a cultivation civilization. Chu Kuangren took a look at the battleship blueprint that he had obtained from the fantasy roulette. The formations and runes on it were far more advanced than the highest grade battleships in Firmament Star. They were even better than the battleships of the Blood Origin planet. I'll bring this item to Scarlet Sun and the Array Master. Let them study it, Chu Kuangren thought to himself. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on a planet in the outer domain. With his current strength, he could freely enter and exit the hateful parting formation without the help of a teleportation formation. When he found the Scarlet Sun Taoist Lord, he took out the battleship blueprint. The Scarlet Sun Taoist Lord took a look at it and instantly felt like he had obtained a priceless treasure. This is great. If we had this battleship in the past, the war against the Blood Tribe wouldn't have been so difficult. My king, where did you get this from? I got it by chance. Chu Kuangren chuckled. The Scarlet Sun Taoist Lord did not pursue the matter. Instead, he found the Array Master, an old man with a white beard, and the two of them started studying it together. Chu Kuangren did not disturb them. After giving them some simple instructions, he was not in a hurry to return a firmament star. Instead, he began to wander around the nearby astral ocean. My starlight immortal physique has not improved in a while. Let's find a planet to devour, Chu Kuangren thought to himself. Chapter 821. The threat of the deities had been resolved. Firmament Star was busy with the establishment of a new nation while the Scarlet Sun Taoist and Formation Taoist masters were studying the warship. Everything was progressing smoothly. Half a year passed peacefully. In that half a year, Firmament Star had changed drastically. Under Elder Rian's leadership, all the orthodoxies and nations knew about the human king, which caused a huge uproar. Chu Kuangren was a human king. The news shocked the entire Firmament Star. Some orthodoxies did not know what a human king was, but they knew Chu Kuangren. He was the most terrifying demon in the history of Firmament Star. Some ancient orthodoxies had heard about the human king and were shocked to learn that Chu Kuangren was a human king. After the shock, they were included in the Empire's territory. They did not have the ability to say no to that. Originally, there were still some forces that wanted to resist, especially the orthodoxies with emperors. They were even more unruly. However, it was useless no matter how arrogant they were. Any Taoist master could easily defeat any emperor orthodoxy. In just half a year, all the reputable human forces in Firmament Star had surrendered and were willing to accept the Empire's jurisdiction, just as Firmament Star was undergoing a drastic reform. In outer space, a warship gradually took shape in the Sea of Stars. On the deck of the warship, the Formation Taoist Master and Scarlet Sun Taoist Master had countless light runes circulating in front of them as they tested the warship's performance. Rays of light runes condensed at the bow of the warship's cannon, and the surrounding spiritual chi frantically gathered towards it. The cannon was glowing and the light runes were circulating. The spiritual chi was being compressed. When it reached its peak, a beam of light shot out from the cannon, piercing through space and landing on an uninhabited planet in the distance. The planet was instantly penetrated, but the beam of light continued onward like a hot knife through butter. Wherever the beam of light went, the void collapsed and everything was destroyed. The planet that was penetrated also exploded, like fireworks blooming in the pitch-black starry sky, beautiful and resplendent. The energy of the beam of light was exhausted, and it gradually dissipated. However, the Formation Taoist Master and Scarlet Sun Taoist Master were still in a daze. Gulp! The Scarlet Sun Taoist Master gulped and said, "This power must have surpassed the peak of a junior Taoist. How terrifying!" Even as one of the creators of this warship, the Scarlet Sun Tao Lord could not help but be shocked by the performance of this warship. It's just that this attack consumes too much energy. It's a full 1/5 of the battleship's energy. We have to use it carefully. Yes, with Firmament Star's current resources, how many more can we build? We can build 3 more. The Scarlet Sun Tao Lord licked his lips. Continue. In another place, in outer space, a large number of warships were approaching the Firmament Star. These people were the Blood Tribe. In a certain huge battleship, a man dressed in luxurious embroidered robes sat cross-legged on the deck with a longsword in front of his knees. Sword chi flowed around his body, looking extremely frightening. A few Blood Kings watched from the side with fear in their eyes. As expected of a genius from Purple Star, this aura is indeed extraordinary. It's even stronger than most Dao Masters. King Ming said solemnly. It's said that this person has cultivated for less than 1,000 years, yet his cultivation is already at the Dao Lord realm. However, such a genius isn't even in the top 10 of Violet Star. It's said that the top 10 are all Violet Star immortal seeds. The Moon Prince lamented. Purple Star was one of the two strongest immortal civilization in the Purple Gold Galaxy, and immortal seeds were the top sky prides cultivated by the immortal civilization. Immortal seeds, as the name suggested, were the seeds to become immortals. Every immortal seed had the potential to become immortal. Of course, it was only potential. Even if it was a mortal seed, it would still be difficult to become immortal. The Purple Star civilization had been developing for more than 10 years, and they had cultivated countless immortal seeds. However, they had yet to produce an immortal. This showed how difficult it was to become an immortal. However, this did not deny the power of immortal seeds. At least they had the potential to become immortals. Although the Blood Kings were Dao Masters, they had no chance of becoming immortals. Immortal seeds are existences that we can only dream of. King Ming looked into the depths of the warship. There was an immortal seed there. Hey, are we there yet? The young man sitting cross-legged looked at the Blood Kings and asked. We're almost there. About half a month more. King Ming replied. You guys have been fighting Firmament Star for so many years, yet you still haven't conquered it. The Blood Tribe civilization is too useless. The young man said, Brotherly, please be more courteous. King Ming took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart as he spoke. Most of the resources for this Blood Tribe expedition were provided by the Purple Star civilization. So what if I'm rude to you? But these were exchanged with the art of seizing the heavens. Then you should be glad that the Purple Star civilization is interested in your art of seizing the heavens. Otherwise, you guys won't be able to achieve anything in the next few years. The young man's tone did not change. Humph. King Ming snorted coldly and said no more. Among the Blood Tribe, only the Blood God has some ability. In order to break through to the heavenly Dao master level, he dared to devour the heavenly Dao. The funny thing is that he fell into a deep sleep because of it. It's been more than 10 years, and he still hasn't woken up. The young man continued. The Blood King's expressions turned even more sour. The Blood God was their faith. The young man's words had touched their bottom line, and they could no longer hold back their anger. Li Feng, we're working with the Blood Tribe. Watch your attitude. An indifferent voice came from the depths of the warship. Yes, Your Highness. A hint of respect flashed across Li Feng's eyes. The Blood Kings gradually calmed down as well. I heard that the Blood Source planet was damaged to this extent because of a young sky pride from the Firmament Star. Is that right? The indifferent voice spoke again, asking the Blood King. At the mention of that, a hint of hatred flashed across King Ming's eyes. That's right. That person is called Chu Quangren. It's because of him that King Ming then told the story about Chu Quangren. After listening, the indifferent voice pondered for a while before saying, If I'm not wrong, this person is also an immortal seed. That's possible. King Ming nodded. That age, that cultivation level, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was an immortal seed. Fisk, even if he's an immortal seed, he's dead now. A dead immortal seed is nothing. Li Feng sneered. But you're not even an immortal seed. The Blood King sneered in his heart. In a universe, on an uninhabited planet, a ray of light arrived. Chu Quangren's eyes lit up as he looked at the brownish-yellow planet before him. He licked his lips and said, Shall AI analyze it? Analyzing. A grade 4 planet contains a large amount of Taoist gold, spiritual marrow, and spiritual ores. If you devour it, Master's immortal stellar physique will reach the full success realm. The omniscient spirit Shao AI said. In the past few days, Chu Quangren had devoured more than 10 uninhabited planets, and his immortal stellar physique had reached the limit of the full success realm. He was only one step away from the full success realm. Full success, immortal stellar physique, huh? I'm looking forward to it. Chu Kuangren smiled. Then his figure turned into a ray of light and plunged into the depths of the planet before him. Chapter 822. Outside Firmament Star. Tens of thousands of warships were gradually approaching. General Luo Shui Dao, who was overseeing Fort 31, was holding a jade slip in his hand. His face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. It was a message from a scout at the front line. The Blood Tribe army was closing in. Apart from her, the other fortresses also received the news. How could this be? The Blood Race was clearly dealt a heavy blow in the Battle of Blood Source Mountain. They shouldn't have been able to stop the war for several years. Why is it that a great army has arrived in just a few years? Luo Shui said in a low voice. She quickly called for a military conference. During the meeting, the various Empyreans and Dao Lords gathered. Oh, the Blood Clan is here again. I haven't really fought with them in the past. This time, I have a chance. The Sword Dao Lord's eyes flashed with coldness. Amiba, my Buddha is merciful. Although I don't want to kill too much, if you want to destroy my home, my Buddha will also be furious. The old monk in the golden red kasaya said lightly. He was the Buddhist Taoist master. He was the founder of the Firmament Star Buddhist sect. All the Dao Lords and heavenly venerables present were born in the sky and grew up in it. They would definitely not sit idly by and watch Firmament Star fall into the ravages of war. It was the same 10 years ago, and it will be the same 10 years later. Did you manage to contact the king? The Dao Master of the River of Rivers asked. Not yet. The Dao Master of 10,000 Laws shook his head. The Blood Race has suffered heavy losses, and there aren't many Dao Lords left. There's no need for the king to act. Just leave the Blood Race to us. The Sword Dao Lord said. The other Dao Lords were in deep agreement when they heard that. In their minds, the Blood Race had lost a whopping 17 Dao Lords in the Battle of Blood Source Mountain. How many more would they have left? Once everyone was done with their discussion, they began to set up defenses. We're finally here, several million kilometers away from Firmament Star. The warships were lined up, and the vampires were ready to set out. The Wisdom King looked at the blue and white stars in the distance, his eyes burning with ambition. This time, I must conquer the Firmament Star in one fell swoop and seize the heavenly will of this world. I'll then use the resources to restore the Blood Source planet. The Blood Origin Star had suffered too much damage. They had to replenish themselves as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they were targeted by other civilizations, it would be very easy for them to be annexed by them. Are we finally here? My body is about to rust. Li Feng slowly stood up. Sword chi erupted from his body, causing the surrounding stars to tremble. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. It seems like someone has come to greet us. A group of figures suddenly appeared in the void, not far away. Each of these people exuded an extremely powerful aura. Even the weakest among them had a heavenly venerate cultivation base. They were cultivators from the Firmament Star. Dao Lord Jian, Dao Lord Luo Feng, and the others were among them. They actually chose to take the initiative to attack. The far-sighted ruler's pupils dilated slightly. He noticed that there seemed to be a few new Dao Lords in Firmament Star that he had never seen before. Dao Lords were the pinnacle combat power of a civilization. There were not many Dao Lords on the Blood Origin Star. Especially after the battle on the Blood Origin Mountain, Dao Lords were extremely scarce. However, in the Firmament Star, there were suddenly a few Dao Lords whom he had never seen before. What was going on? King Ming was a little confused. Bloodbreed, it's not too late for you to turn around and scram. The Dao Master of Myriad Laws looked at the Blood Tribe and snorted coldly. You want us to leave? Impossible. This time, you won't be able to protect Firmament Star. Firmament Star should have belonged to the Bloodbreed a long time ago. King Ming said coldly. What's the point of saying so much? We're going to fight anyway. I've been asleep for so long. It's a good time to stretch my muscles. Yin Wu took a step forward and his emperor's energy erupted. Beside him, the Sky Fiend Dao Lord sneered. I was beaten up by the far-sighted ruler. Now, it's my turn to beat up others." As soon as he finished speaking, ferocious energy circulated and the divine ferocious avatar erupted. The other Tao Lords took out their Tao weapons. King Ming frowned slightly and did not waste any more time. Attack! In an instant, the Bloodbreed army's warships shone brightly. Beams of energy blasted towards the Tao Lords. Chaotic heavenly splendor. As the water Tao Master raised her hand, Emperor's energy circulated and a pitch-black longsword appeared in her hand. Waves of chaotic energy spread out with her as the center, turning into a barrier that blocked all the light beams. Chaotic heavenly splendor slash. The water Tao Master shouted coldly. The pitch-black longsword sliced through the void, and a chaotic sword ray that stretched for billions of miles descended from the sky, destroying the warships one by one. A series of sparks bloomed in the dark and silent universe. The water Tao Master, the firmament star's first empress. She was also the second chaos body apart from the chaos Tao Lord. Her previous reincarnation did not have a chaos body, so she could not unleash her Tao to the fullest. Now that she was attacking, the first Empress glory was on full display. Sister Luo's Shui sword technique is still so sharp. I can't fall behind. Yin Wu laughed heartily as a halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. With a swing of the halberd, a gigantic fire dragon soared into the sky. The fire dragon shone brightly, illuminating the dark universe. One by one, the warships were engulfed and the Bloodbreed screamed as they turned into ashes. The strength displayed was not much weaker than the Water Tao Master. Divine ferocious avatar. The Sky Fiend Dowler growled. The gigantic avatar soared into the sky and threw punch after punch. Majestic, innate, ferocious energy flew out like meteors. Wherever it went, the void exploded and the warships were destroyed. Kill! A Bloodbreed emperor and a heavenly venerable charged at the crowd. At this moment, a monk stood in front of them. The monk looked old and did not pose much of a threat. However, in the next instant, a terrifying aura that suppressed the heavens and earth erupted from his body. Amipa, dear benefactors, go to paradise. The Buddhist Tao Lord put his palms together. Then, a gigantic Buddha avatar that emanated boundless golden light appeared in the dark universe. The Buddha avatar raised its palm that was as large as the stars and struck out. The void exploded. One by one, the Bloodbreed emperors and heavenly venerables were turned into dust. Damn it, since when did the firmament star have so many Tao Lords? The Wisdom Sovereign's expression was extremely ugly. Seeing the Bloodbreed soldiers being slaughtered one after another, he could no longer sit still. The Blood Kings attacked at the same time. Good. The Sky Fiend Tao Lord laughed and activated the divine, ferocious avatar. He raised his spear and fought with a Blood King. The other Tao Lords also fought with the Blood Kings. Bang, 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 in the dark universe, countless Taoist patterns intertwined in the void. The battle between the Tao Lords caused violent gales of the universe to sweep across tens of thousands of kilometers, and the stars around them shook. On both sides, there were two people who had yet to make a move. One was the Sword Tao Lord. The other was Li Feng. Both of them were Tao Lords who specialized in Sword Tao. When their eyes met, their terrifying Sword Tao auras collided with each other. Sword Chi circulated, and the majestic sword auras clashed against each other, neither giving way to the other. Looks like my trip to the Firmament Star was not a waste. To be able to meet a Sword Tao cultivator like you, Li Feng said with a smile. The Sword Tao Lord slowly unsheathed his divine Terminus sword. He had lent this sword to Chu Kuangren before, and it was damaged during the battle at the Blood Source Mountain. However, after he woke up, he had asked the Scarlet Sun Tao Lord to rebuild it. He even added some leftover purple gold from the Descendant Self Sword. Not only was the sword rebuilt, but its power was also enhanced. Chapter 823. With the Tianju sword in hand, the Sword Path Master's aura was unprecedentedly strong. An incomparable sword pressure swept out for tens of thousands of miles. Putting Chu Kuangren aside, if one were to ask an emperor who had participated in the Defiant God War on Firmament Star, who were the most powerful Taoist masters on Firmament Star, they would most likely think of two people. The first was the Tao Master of Chaos. The other party's chaotic body was extremely powerful. In the battle against the gods, he could even suppress the overgods. He was one of the most important battle forces in that battle. The second person was not the Black-Yellow Path Master. Instead, it was the Sword Tao Master. As the first person in the Firmament Star to possess the exquisite 9 orifices sword heart Taoist physique, as well as the number 1 swordsman throughout history, his combat strength was not much weaker than the Chaos Taoist Master. His cultivation level had long reached the late stage of the Minor Taoist Master. "Let's fight." The Sword Tao Lord looked at Li Feng and said faintly. The other party sneered. With a clanging sound, the quaint long sword in his hand flew out. There were Tao patterns circulating on the sword. Clearly, it was a top-notch Tao artifact. Whoosh! The figures of the two great swordsmen instantly disappeared. In the next moment, they met in the air. The two swords collided in an instant, bursting with the most dazzling sword light. Along with the sword light, there were also streaks of sharp sword chi. Sword chi swept out, tearing apart some of the warships in the surroundings. Li Feng didn't care about the vampires at all. Right now, he only wanted to defeat the Sword Tao Lord. "You're not a vampire. Which civilization are you from?" The Sword Tao Lord asked indifferently. "Purple Star, Overlord Sword Tao Lord Li Feng." Li Feng smiled. "Purple Star." The Sword Path Lord made a mental note of it. Then, the Heaven Apex sword in his hand surged with boundless sword chi, forcing the other party to fly away. The Tian Ju sword flashed. Sword Tao Lord slashed out with his sword. Sword art, swift wind. The sword light was like the wind, and it was filled with a joyful and righteous aura. Wherever the storm passed, the void was torn apart by the sword chi. 3 Ultimate Overlord Sword. Human Extermination. Li Feng raised his hand and activated the Monarch Chi in his body, displaying his own profound mysteries. The surrounding Tao patterns appeared and interweaved on the long sword in his hand. The sword slashed out, and the overbearing sword light seemed to be able to destroy everything. A swift sword, a domineering sword. After the two completely different sword pressures collided, the sword chi that was set off swept out like a raging wave, surging in all directions. Li Feng and the Sword Tao Lord were also pushed back. Immediately after, the two of them unleashed their profound mysteries again. Sword art, myriad stars fall. The heavenly apex sword in Sword Tao Lord's hand immediately transformed into thousands of sword lights that spread out in all directions. Each sword light was like a star. Amidst the rumbling, streaks of sword light tore through the starry sky and rapidly flew out. It was as if 10,000 stars had fallen. Li Feng growled as an even more overbearing sword pressure erupted from his body. 3 Ultimate Overlord Sword, Earth sinking. With a slash of the sword light whistled, and an incomparably heavy and overbearing aura erupted, colliding with the power of the 10,000 stars. Bang, bang, bang. The starry sky exploded one after another. In a certain warship, a man wearing a purple robe and a jade crown slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Who would have thought that there would be such a powerful sword cultivator in the Firmament Star who could fight Li Feng to a standstill? Unfortunately, I'm too old, and my potential has been exhausted. If nothing unexpected happens, then I'll have no fate with the path to immortality. The man muttered to himself. It was extremely difficult to become an immortal. Even if it was an immortal seed, there was only a sliver of a chance. If it was not an immortal seed, then it was impossible to become an immortal. Besides, even an immortal seed had its limits. The older one was, the slimmer the chance of becoming an immortal. There was a saying in countless galaxies that even an immortal seed could not become an immortal within 100,000 years. In the starry sky, the battle between the Firmament Stars Tao Lords and the Blood Tribes Tao Lords was getting more and more intense. especially Li Feng and Sword Dao Lord. These two top-notch sword cultivators' sword chi spread out, and no one could get close to them for tens of thousands of miles. Meanwhile, the two of them had accumulated their sword pressure to its peak. This is the last sword to decide the victor between us. Li Feng laughed. The Taoist runes spread out with him as the center, and the surrounding spiritual chi was converted into sword chi, whizzing towards him. Sword Dao Lord's eyes revealed an unprecedented seriousness. This person is young, but his sword cultivation is not any weaker than mine. I must give it my all for the next sword. Sword Dao Lord's sword chi was fully activated, and the Sword of the Heavens and Sword Chi Green Lotus Taoist physique's apparitions appeared accordingly. Sword Art, toppling the 9 heavens. Sword Dao Lord roared, and the sword chi on his body shot up into the sky, transforming into 9 giant sword shadows. The 9 swords slashed out, and each sword contained a completely different sword power. It could be a fire-based sword or an ice-based sword. The 9 swords slashed out at the same time, and its power was immense. Li Feng saw this and raised the sword in his hand. Have a taste of my strongest profundity. 3 Ultimate Overlord Sword Killer. Li Feng roared and slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword ray contained millions of sword chi, and each sword chi contained mysterious Taoist runes. Millions of sword chi, millions of Taoist runes, and the power was enough to destroy the world. The two peerless sword Daos collided at the same time, and a terrifying impact erupted, causing several small planets to explode on the spot. Li Feng and Sword Dao Lord were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. The Dao Lords stopped attacking. They watched the battle, wanting to see the result. On a small asteroid fragment, Sword Dao Lord slowly stood up. The Sky Fiend Dao Lord, Yinwu Dao Lord, and the others were overjoyed when they saw this. However, the Sword Dao Lord fell to his knees and spat out blood. The countless Taoist runes on his body were flowing, and he was showing signs of collapsing. Sword Dao Lord. Oh no! The Luo River Dao Lord and the others were shocked. Far away, on a broken asteroid, Li Feng rushed out with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Although he was slightly injured, his aura did not diminish at all. On the contrary, his sword pressure became even more intense. Ha! Sword Cultivator, your combat strength is not bad, but unfortunately, you're still no match for me. Li Feng looked at Sword Dao Lord and laughed. Not far away, Wisdom's Sovereign smiled. The sudden appearance of the Dao Lords and Firmament Star had put a lot of pressure on him, but he could not help but feel relieved when he saw that Li Feng had won. Although this person's words are very unpleasant, his combat strength is very convincing. It was the right choice to seek help from Purple Star. On the other hand, the Luo River Dao Lord and the others looked extremely serious. Who is this person? How could he defeat Sword Dao Lord? No, he's not from the Blood Tribe. Sir, which civilization are you from? Why did you suddenly intervene in the matter between us and the Blood Tribe? Dharma Dao Lord asked directly. Li Feng sneered. So what if I intervene? What do you do about it? It's just a small firmament star. Do you think I, Purple Star, can't afford to offend you? Purple Star. Dharma Dao Lord's pupils shrank slightly. One of the 2 strongest immortal civilization in the Purple Gold Galaxy. Dharma Dao Lord had been trying to gather all kinds of information in the universe, especially the galaxy where he was located. He had heard of Purple Star before. D*M in it. Why did Purple Star intervene all of a sudden? Dharma Dao Lord's heart sank. With Firmament Star's current level, it would be difficult to fight against the immortal civilization. The number of Dao Lords alone was 10 times that of Firmament Star. There were also great Dao Masters and even Heavenly Dao Masters. Chapter 824. The Firmament Star did not expect the Purple Star's sudden intervention. This caused the Myriad Arts Dao Lord and the others to feel troubled. At this moment, Li Feng raised the sword in his hand with a cold smile on his face. He wanted to kill the heavily injured Sword Dao Master. Sword Cultivator, you are worthy of me remembering your name. Tell me your name. When I return, I will erect a monument for you. No name, no surname, named after the sword. The Sword Dao Lord said coldly. Very well, Dai. Li Feng raised his hand. Just as the sword in his hand was about to descend, a beam of light shot over from afar. The golden beam of light tore through the sky. The terrifying power contained within it caused Li Feng's pupils to contract as he slashed out with his sword. Overlord Sword, Heaven Killer. The sword light burst forth. However, the attack that could defeat the Sword Dao Lord was pierced by the beam of light. The beam of light slammed into Li Feng and blasted him away. After that, the beam of light pierced through dozens of battleships. A series of sparks bloomed in the night sky. The wreckage of countless warships floated in the air, creating a horrifying scene. When the light dissipated, everyone could not help but be shocked. What kind of attack is this? There are no Dao patterns at all. This is a pure energy attack. What kind of person is capable of unleashing such terrifying energy? Everyone looked in the direction of the light beam. In the distance, a huge pitch-black warship flew over. It was covered in Dao patterns, and the bow of the ship had a huge dragon head. A cannon was embedded in the dragon's mouth. The energy glow on the muzzle gradually dissipated. Clearly, the beam of light had come from the mouth of this cannon. Battleship. It's a warship. What a terrifying warship. That attack, just now, has probably surpassed the level of a young Dao Lord. Which civilization is this? Everyone present couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, in the next moment, the jaws of the Luo River Lord and the others dropped. They saw two familiar figures standing on the deck of the huge warship. Haha, looks like we came at the right time. Even a peak minor Dao Lord couldn't withstand that blast. I think that person should be as dead as a doornail. On the battleship, a middle-aged man and a white-bearded old man stood with their chests puffed out, enjoying everyone's shocked gazes. Qi Yang and the Array Dao Master, the River Dao Lord, and the others exclaimed in shock. Their minds were filled with doubts, and they couldn't react in time. Where did they get this warship from? The Luo River Sect Master and the others were puzzled. They didn't know anything about the advanced warships. Impossible. The Firmament Star's cultivation level can't possibly develop such a warship. What the hell is going on? King Ming's face was filled with disbelief. After fighting against the Firmament Star for so long, they knew very well what level of development the Firmament Star had reached. How could they possibly develop such a warship? That battleship was much more sophisticated than the best battleships on the Blood Origin Star. If there were any, they would have brought it out long ago. Did he get it from somewhere else? It was not just King Ming. The purple-robed young man, who was observing the battle from within the warship, was also a little surprised. The performance of this warship is not inferior to my Purple Star's highest-grade Purple Shadow warship. In fact, it's even better. How could such a warship exist in the Firmament Star? Perhaps the rewards of this battle will be greater than I imagined. The purple-robed young man's eyes lit up. If he could obtain the manufacturing technology for this warship and bring it back to Purple Star, it would be a great contribution. Sword Path Leader, are you all right? The Dharma Path Leader and the others took the opportunity to protect the Sword Path Leader. Then, everyone boarded the warship. Due to the shock from the cannon blast, the Blood King and the others did not dare to act rashly. Be * starred. At this moment, an angry roar came from the wreckage of the warship. Li Feng rushed out, and there were streams of golden light circulating around him, manifesting countless mysterious runes. It can't be. That didn't kill him. The Scarlet Sun Path Leader was a little shocked. Look, there's a golden barrier around him. That must be some kind of defensive treasure, the Array Path Leader guessed. Then let's fire another shot at him. The Scarlet Sun Path Leader snorted. As he maneuvered the warship, the cannon in the dragon's mouth began to gather light again. A huge energy beam was gathering. Do you think you can hit me this time? Li Feng said coldly. At the same time, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. He would never have thought that there would be such a warship in the Firmament Star. If it were not for the defensive runic treasure he had on him, he would have been dead by now. Li Feng's figure turned into a stream of light and flew toward the warship. At this moment, a golden light barrier appeared on the warship. Li Feng's light barrier collided with it, causing a terrifying impact. Apart from its offensive capabilities, this warship's defensive capabilities are outstanding as well. Where did the Firmament Star get a warship like this? Li Feng was confused. Meanwhile, the energy in the cannon's mouth was fully charged. Just as Li Feng was about to dodge, a huge Buddha's avatar suddenly appeared behind him. It put its palms together and slapped at him. It was the Buddha's path leader. Two huge golden palms landed on the light barrier around him. However, this attack did not hurt his opponent. This was not the Buddhist path leader's goal. He only wanted to restrain Li Feng. Due to the influence of the golden Buddha's avatar, when Li Feng was held in midair by the palms, the energy beam on the warship had already exploded. With a loud bang, this attack landed on the runic light barrier in front of Li Feng and sent him flying again. This time, the runic light barrier shattered and Li Feng was hit by the remaining energy beam. Half of his body was almost crippled. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Li Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. His heavily injured body quickly recovered, and soon he was back to his original state. Everyone was dumbfounded. F***ck me, this is cheating. What medicinal pill is this? Is this the power of the immortal technique civilization? The Tao Lords felt helpless. They could not find such a medicinal pill in the Firmament Star. However, the immortal technique civilization could. Just one medicinal pill was enough to show the difference between the Firmament Star and the other party. It was not just in terms of the number of experts, but also in other aspects of cultivation, such as alchemy, smithing, runes, and so on. You destroyed my runic treasure and made me lose a precious life-saving medicinal pill. All of you deserve to die. Li Feng raised his hand and slashed. The powerful sword Qi landed on the warship's golden light barrier. There was a loud bang. The warship shook. This won't do. The warship's main cannon has been fired twice in a row. It has consumed a lot of energy. If we let them continue to attack, this energy barrier won't last long. The Formation Master said solemnly. Let's retreat first. The Luo River Tao Master said. All right. The warship turned around and was about to leave. However, they realized that they had already been surrounded by the Blood Tribe's warships. The warships fired energy beams, bombarding the Scarlet Sun Tao Lord and the others' warships. You want to leave? Dream on. Far-sighted King said coldly. I guess all the experts of the Firmament Star are here. If I kill all of you, I won't have to worry about taking down the Firmament Star. Oh, is that so? At this moment, an indifferent voice was heard, echoing throughout the universe. Chapter 825. Oh, is that so? A calm voice suddenly echoed throughout the universe. Following that, a white sword ray instantly pierced through the air. It was a sword, a magnificent white jade longsword. The white jade sword pierced through the void like a ray of light, easily piercing through a battleship like it was a balloon. Amidst the explosion, the battleship exploded and sparks flew everywhere. However, the white jade sword did not stop at all. It pierced through the air towards the next warship, easily piercing through and destroying the warships one after another. After the first row of battleships had been destroyed, the white jade sword made a turn in the void and continued to attack the next row of battleships. Explosions were heard everywhere as the flames lit up the dark universe. Quick, activate the defensive Qi barrier. It's already activated, but it doesn't work. The battleships of the third company have all been destroyed. What's going on? Who is it? Who is it? Everyone, leave the battleships. One by one, the Blood Tribe members panicked. They activated the energy barriers of the battleships, but it was useless against that sword. No matter what kind of defense they had, it was as fragile as a thin piece of paper in front of that sword, and it was easily pierced through. The Blood Tribe members even chose to abandon their battleships. Who is it? Who is it? This voice is... The Blood King's expressions were extremely grim. They looked into the distance and saw a person slowly walking out from the countless floating battleship wreckage amidst the flames. That person wore a long white robe and had waist-length black hair. The light from the flames illuminated his peerlessly handsome face, making him look dreamy. Beside him, the white jade sword flew back and forth, easily destroying the battleships and Blood Tribe members that stood in his way. It's him. The Blood King's pupils shrank when they saw who it was. Their bodies trembled violently, and their eyes were filled with disbelief and hatred. Chu Kuangren, how is it possible that he's not dead? This is impossible. 17 Dao Lords died in the battle at the Divine Blood Mountain. How is it possible that he's not dead? This is impossible. No one can survive an explosion of that magnitude. The explosion at the Divine Blood Mountain had almost destroyed the entire blood source planet. No one could survive an explosion of that magnitude. Not even the Dao Lords could. Everyone thought that Chu Kuangren was dead. But now, he had appeared in front of the Blood Kings and destroyed more than half of their warships with a wave of his hand. Be asterisk starred. During the battle at the Blood God Mountain, you brought disaster upon our bloodbath planet, and now you're here to stop us? Chu Kuangren, go to hell. A Blood King clad in armor and wielding a blood-colored spear could no longer hold back his raging hatred. He charged towards Chu Kuangren and instantly attacked. Chu Kuangren continued to walk forward with a calm expression. He did not even bother to lift his eyelids at the Blood King that was charging towards him. The Kunwu sword, which was shuttling through the void, trembled slightly, made a turn, and flew toward Blood King at an incredible speed. Scram! The Blood King was infuriated. The spear in his hand blasted out a blood-colored beam of light at the Kunwu sword. However, the Kunwu sword was like a hot knife through butter. The blood-colored beam was instantly torn apart, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Blood King. The Blood King's eyes narrowed as he raised his spear to block the attack. With a clang, the spear was broken into two, and the Kunwu sword pierced through the Blood King's armor like a thin piece of paper. With a loud splash, a bloody mist bloomed in the air. That Blood King was killed on the spot. From the moment he attacked Chu Kuangren to the moment he was killed by the Kunwu sword, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Throughout the entire process, Chu Kuangren did not even look at his opponent, treating him like air. This scene caused King Ming and the others to be greatly shocked. That was a Blood King and a Dao Lord they were talking about. How could he be killed just like that? Why? Not only did he not die in the battle at the Blood God Mountain, he even became so much stronger. What's going on? The Blood Kings were puzzled, but the techniques that Chu Kuangren had displayed were enough to deter them from acting rashly. Chu Kuangren walked towards the Sword Taoist Master, the Water Road Sect Master, and the others without any resistance. My king, you're here. The crowd was extremely excited. With Chu Kuangren's arrival, they felt much more at ease, as if they had found their pillar of support. Not only that, but the Sword Taoist Master and the Water Road Sect Master had also noticed that Chu Kuangren's energy had become even more unfathomable. How long had it been? And the king's cultivation had improved again. Even if he was a king, that was a little too much. The crowd was speechless. All right, it's good that you guys are all right. It was a little reckless of you to take the initiative to attack, Chu Kuangren said. The crowd looked ashamed. The Dharma Taoist Master said, Indeed, we were reckless. I didn't expect the Purple Star Civilization to intervene so suddenly. Leave the rest to me, Chu Kuangren said. He turned around and looked at Ming King and the others, then said blandly, If you retreat now, the Blood Origin planet will be able to prolong its feeble existence. Otherwise, I don't mind repeating the disaster of the battle on the Blood God Mountain. The Wisdom King and the others were so angry that their chests heaved. They looked at each other as if they wanted to eat them alive. It would have been better if Chu Kuangren did not mention it. Now that he did, they gritted their teeth in hatred at the thought of the disaster that the Blood Source planet was in. Looks like you're their leader. At that moment, Li Feng looked at Chu Kuangren with a cold gaze. The long sword in his hand was trembling slightly. He felt a threat from Chu Kuangren, one that was much stronger than the Sword Taoist Master. Chu Kuangren looked at Li Feng and activated the spirit of omniscience, Xiao AI, to analyze Li Feng's information. You're the one who injured the sword Taoist master, right? Chu Kuangren said. He had seen the injuries on the sword Taoist master earlier, and the residual sword qi was the same as the one on Li Feng. Yeah, so what if it's me? Do you want revenge? Li Feng sneered. Although he felt threatened, Li Feng was not afraid. To be more precise, I want to kill you. Chu Kuangren took a step forward and walked out of the warship's defensive qi barrier. Li Feng raised his long sword high when he saw Chu Kuangren walking out. Let's see what you've got then. His sword slashed down, unleashing the most domineering sword qi. Sword Overlord's Tri-Ultimate, Heaven Slayer. The sword qi was billions of meters long, as if it was going to destroy the world. The surrounding stars trembled. Chu Kuangren looked extremely small in the face of that sword attack. However, he only raised his hand lightly. In that instant, the entire world seemed to be shaking, and shocking waves were set off in the void space. That seemingly thin and weak body erupted with an unimaginably terrifying power. There were no fluctuations of Emperor's qi, mind power, or Taoist energy. It was just an ordinary punch, but it instantly caused the void to collapse, and an extremely majestic fist wind swept out. The billion-meter-long sword qi was torn apart by the fist and was swept back towards Li Feng. What? Li Feng was shocked as he channeled all his energy to defend himself. However, it was useless. The fist qi and sword qi swept back and attacked his body in a frenzy, causing the Taoist patterns on his body to shatter one after another. His flesh was cut by the sword qi, and his bones were crushed by the fist qi. The sound of his bones cracking could be heard continuously. Chapter 826. He destroyed the sword qi with a single punch. The fist qi and sword qi mixed together and landed on Li Feng's body, shattering the Taoist patterns on his body. Then, his flesh was cut by the sword qi, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. His emperor's body was soon riddled with holes. How is this possible? Li Feng was sent flying and landed on the wreckage of a battleship. His face was filled with fear. A single punch. Chu Kuangren had destroyed his strongest sword technique and severely injured him without using any Taoist or Emperor's essence. Chu Kuangren had only used his physical body. What kind of terrifying physical strength was that? The eternal stellar physique. You didn't disappoint me. Chu Kuangren smiled. During this period of time, he had been continuously absorbing planets near the firmament star. Finally, he had upgraded his astral immortal body to the mastery realm. His physical strength had also skyrocketed. Now, he could easily kill the little Taoist master with just his physical body alone. Who the hell are you? Li Feng looked at Chu Kuangren as he coughed out blood. Sky Lord. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. He was already calling himself the Sky Lord. Truth be told, with the firmament star's heavenly Tao support and his current strength, it was no exaggeration to call him the Sky Lord. As soon as he said that, Chu Kuangren took a step forward, intending to take his opponent's life. But at this moment, a beam of Emperor Qi suddenly shot toward him from the Blood Tribe's main warship with peerless might. Instead of dodging, Chu Kuangren unleashed a punch. With a loud bang, the Emperor's Qi was shattered. However, Li Feng did not dare to stay any longer. Seizing this opportunity, he channeled his remaining strength and dashed away. If I want to stay, no one can escape from me. Chu Kuangren snorted. The Emperor's qi circulated, Taoist patterns intertwined, and the mini-world appeared. It turned into a purple chain that bound Li Feng in the blink of an eye. Get your ass back here. Chu Kuangren grabbed the chain and yanked it hard. Li Feng's body was suddenly dragged before him uncontrollably. He grabbed the back of Li Feng's head and channeled his Emperor's qi. Stop! A cold shout rang out from the distant Blood Tribe's main warship. However, Chu Kuangren turned a deaf ear to it. With a raise of his hand, a terrifying Emperor qi burst forth, blasting the other party's head into smithereens. Even his soul was destroyed. Li Feng's body and soul had been completely destroyed. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the Blood Tribe's main battleship. This aura was mixed with extreme fury, almost as if it wanted to burn the world. The expressions of everyone present couldn't help but change. Those with weaker cultivations almost prostrated on the ground. Such a terrifying aura. He's at least at the peak of a minor Dao Lord. Moreover, it's most likely not an ordinary peak minor Dao Lord. The eyes of the Dao Master of 10,000 Laws, the Dao Master of Luo River, and the others turned extremely grim. Chu Kuangren was the only one who remained unfazed. He looked at the warship and saw a purple ray of light flying out from it, which then transformed into a young man. This young man was dressed in a luxurious purple robe and had a handsome face. At this time, when he looked at Chu Kuangren, his eyes were filled with an icy chill. "This prince told you to stop. Are you deaf?" The young man said coldly. "He wants to kill me, so I'll kill him. This is a battlefield. If he doesn't die, then I'll die. Yet, you're telling me to stop? Are you stupid?" Chu Kuangren sneered. Both of them were at each other's throats, neither willing to back down. At the same time, Chu Kuangren had the spirit of omniscience, Shao AI, start to analyze this person before him, so that he could learn more about him. Very well. Initially, I only accepted this mission to help the Blood Tribe because I was bored, so I wanted to kill some time. I didn't expect to meet a celestial seed like you. Interesting. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the 10th sequence deity of the Purple Star Temple of Crepe Myrtle, Zi Wuheng. Zi Wuheng said indifferently. Chu Kuangren had more or less understood without him saying anything. As for the celestial seed, Chu Kuangren also knew what it meant. In the past, he had met with an immortal's consciousness and learned about these things. Why is the purple star interfering in the matters between the firmament star and the Blood Tribe? You don't need to know about this. Since you're standing in my way, only death awaits you. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful surge of Emperor's Qi erupted from Zi Wuheng's body and enveloped the entire area. Do you think you're worthy of my life? Similarly, a powerful surge of Emperor's Qi and Taoist aura erupted from Chu Kuangren's body and clashed with Zi Wuheng's domineering aura. Vaguely, Chu Kuangren seemed to be able to suppress his opponent. Ultimate Emperor's Qi and Ultimate Tao. You're indeed a celestial seed, Zi Wuheng said in shock. There were many criteria to determine whether a cultivator was a celestial seed or not. One of them was that the cultivator's Tao or Emperor's Qi had reached the ultimate realm. However, Chu Kuangren had reached the ultimate realm in both. That surprised Zi Wuheng. After all, he had only reached the ultimate realm in his Emperor's Qi. As for Tao, it was much harder than building a foundation. Could it be that he's a celestial seed that's on a higher level than me? At that thought, Zi Wuheng's expression darkened. How can a tiny firmament star give birth to someone like that? Then, the Emperor's Qi on his body surged, and the surrounding starlight frantically converged towards him, merging with his Emperor's Qi and forming a giant palm. Star-picking palm. The palm was unleashed, containing the power to pluck stars. Facing that attack, Chu Kuangren did not retreat. Instead, he raised his hand and unleashed a punch, unleashing the ultimate invincible technique. Cosmos Reversal. The energy that overturned the world formed from the fusion of the three ultimate energies was vast and mighty, and it surged through the world as it collided head-on with the star-seizing palm. Amidst the explosion, a large portion of the void shattered. Zi Wuheng's expression changed. Ultimate technique. It was not just Tao, but also Emperor's Qi. This person had mastered the ultimate technique too. After the collision of the ultimate techniques, Zi Wuheng was pushed back by the powerful impact. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren stood still. So this is the celestial seed? How disappointing. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Let's try this. With the Emperor's Qi circulating around Zi Wuheng's body, his figure constantly changed, as if he had merged with the void of the universe. It was a mysterious movement technique. Zi Wuheng split into 2, then 4, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a total of 64 figures that surrounded Chu Kuangren. 64 celestial dart fingers. Zi Wuheng let out a low roar, and the 64 figures attacked from 64 different directions at the same time. Surges of finger chi shot towards Chu Kuangren from all directions. One thought, silence, death of the heavens and earth. Chu Kuangren's mind power and Emperor's chi merged together, and circles of light waves spread with him as the center. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. The light waves violently collided with the finger chi, shattering the 64 figures around him. However, after those figures were shattered, Zi Wuheng's real body reappeared. He attacked with his palm, and the star-picking palm was unleashed again. The palm grabbed at Chu Kuangren with a mighty force. One thought, myriad deity calamity, fire lotus. His mind power and Emperor's chi intertwined, and the fire lotus appeared. The flames were not ordinary flames, but the godly phoenix flames. With the help of the godly phoenix flames, the power of Chu Kuangren's technique increased significantly, and it directly landed on the star-picking palm. The star-picking palm was shattered by the flames, and a majestic wave of flames spread. Zi Wuheng was the first to be hit, and he was immediately sent flying. The Blood Kings were dumbfounded. That was a celestial seed from the purple star. There were not many celestial seeds in the entire purple gold galaxy. Chu Kuangren had crushed it. Chapter 827. Amidst the vast sea of stars, Chu Kuangren had single-handedly crushed the immortal seed. The immortal seed, Zi Wuheng, stared at Chu Kuangren with a gloomy look in his eyes. Apart from the top 5 purple star sequences, this is the first time I've been suppressed to such an extent by another junior Taoist master. He was infuriated. The Emperor's chi on his body surged, and a mysterious Tao ripple spread. That surge of Taoist fluctuation made Chu Kuangren squint his eyes. That's the fluctuation of an immortal technique. Ever since I came to understand this technique 1,000 years ago, I've never used it aside from sparring with other immortal seeds. Chu Kuangren, you have the right to force me to use this technique, Zi Wuheng said coldly. The stars around him shook, and the starlight in the sky gathered towards him. Immediately, the starlight shone resplendently and dazzlingly. At this moment, Zi Wuheng seemed to have transformed into the brightest star of the universe. His brilliant starlight caused the surrounding stars to dim in comparison. Then let's fight immortal magic with immortal magic, Chu Kuangren said indifferently. As he raised his hand, the Kunwu sword flew over from afar. With the sword in hand, a majestic sword pressure that was many times stronger than Li Feng's swept out in all directions like a raging wave, crazily attacking the surroundings. Within this sword pressure, a mysterious fluctuation of the Tao appeared. Fluctuations of the immortal Tao. Zi Wuhen's eyes widened. An immortal spell. This is impossible. How could a tiny firmament star have an immortal technique? Chu Kuangren said nothing. The only response he got was the increasingly terrifying sword pressure. The sword pressure surged and shook the universe. Zi Wuhen stopped thinking about it and focused on circulating his celestial art with all his might. Two completely different immortal arts collided, and a peerlessly powerful pressure enveloped the surroundings. Even the Tao Lord felt a little uncomfortable. The Blood Clan members were lying on the ground, unable to move. How terrifying. Is this an immortal spell? It's just a Taoist Lord's cultivation base that activates an immortal technique, and it already has such a degree of pressure. If an immortal were to make a move, how terrifying would it be? The Tao Master of Myriad Laws and the others were horrified. At the same time, they were even more certain of their decision. The most important thing for a civilization was to have its own immortal. Without immortals, no matter how powerful a civilization was, it would eventually turn to dust. Immortal magic, celestial river apocalypse. The starlight on Zi Wuheng's body had reached its peak, converging into a Milky Way that stretched for tens of thousands of miles towards Chu Kuangren. Revered Emperor sword art, unrivaled in the universe. The boundlessly domineering and majestic Golden Emperor Dharma idol appeared. There was a golden sword Qi circulating in his palm. Chu Kuangren struck out with his sword. The sword Qi in the Imperial Dharma form's palm whistled out. Boom! The sword Qi and the resplendent river of stars collided and exploded. An unprecedented shockwave spread out, crashing into the surrounding stars. Bang, bang, bang. Some of the asteroids that were not protected by the heavenly Tao exploded on the spot. The flames produced by the planet's explosion lit up the universe, and waves of fire swept out. At this moment, the cold universe seemed to have a temperature. The sword Qi collided with the astral river. The sword Qi disintegrated, and the astral river also shattered. Both sides seemed to have fought for a long time, but also seemed to have only lasted for an instant. In the end, tens of thousands of miles of the star river shattered. There was still a remnant of the golden sword Qi that swept towards Zi Wuhan. What? Zi Wuhan couldn't believe his eyes. His immortal technique was at a disadvantage. Seeing that the sword Qi was sweeping towards him, Zi Wuhan pushed his strength to the limit, and a golden armor appeared on his body. It was some kind of defensive Taoist weapon. Boom! The remnant sword Qi smashed onto the Taoist weapon, shattering it in half. Zi Wuhan was also blasted away like a meteor. I can't stay here any longer. I need to leave. After witnessing the power of Chu Kuangren's immortal technique, Zi Wuhan immediately lost the will to fight. His figure turned into a stream of light and escaped into the distance. To prevent Chu Kuangren from chasing after him, he even took out an escape treasure. With his speed, he disappeared into the end of the universe in the blink of an eye. That's quite a fast runner. Chu Kuangren did not expect the immortal seed to be so decisive. Then he looked at the far-sighted ruler and the others. With a thought, thousands of spiritual power weapons gathered and attacked without any room for negotiation. In an instant, countless blood tribe cultivators perished under the spiritual power weapons. The far-sighted ruler was dumbfounded the moment Zi Wuhan escaped. The external help that they had paid such a huge price for was gone, just like that. Chu Kuangren, the firmament star shouldn't have someone like you. The far-sighted ruler roared indignantly. The Blood Origin planet and the firmament star had been at war for more than 10 eras, but it ended in just a few years. It was all because of Chu Kuangren. If not for him, the Blood Origin planet would not have fallen to such a state. Chu Kuangren, you'll die a horrible death. The Blood God's awakening will never forgive you. The Blood King swore and cursed Chu Kuangren. However, Chu Kuangren did not care at all. His cold gaze was fixed on all the blood tribe cultivators at the scene, and his spiritual power was like a storm. Not long after, countless blood tribe cultivators, including the Blood Kings, were slaughtered by him. However, only one person was left. It was a member of the Blood Spirit tribe. He knelt in front of Chu Kuangren, unfazed by the deaths of his kind. He was Lunar Zhaowu. He was the Moon Clan's heavenly honorable. At the same time, he was also a spy that Chu Kuangren had left in the Blood Tribe under his soul mastery slave seal. Chu Kuangren brought Lunar Zhaowu to the battleship. Let's go back. The Scarlet Sun Taoist nodded and returned to the firmament star. All that was left behind were the battleship wreckage and corpses. They floated in space like a cold graveyard. On Firmament Star, in a fortress, Chu Kuangren was asking Lunar Zhaowu some questions. For example, why did the Purple Star intervene in the matter between Firmament Star and the Blood Tribe? The Blood Kings used a heaven-seizing technique as a price to ask for the Purple Star's help. After the Purple Star agreed, they sent out an immortal seed. Heaven-seizing technique. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up when he heard those words. When Chu Kuangren conversed with the ancient immortals, he had talked about the many powerful civilizations in the universe and their development. Among them, he had mentioned the heaven-seizing technique. The so-called heaven-seizing technique was the technique to seize the heavenly Tao. It was also the key to the development of many powerful civilizations. By seizing the heavenly Tao of other planets with life, they could strengthen their own heavenly Tao. When the heavenly Tao became stronger, the civilizations under its protection would naturally become stronger as well. I didn't expect the Bloodgore star to have a heaven-seizing technique. How surprising. Chu Kuangren pondered. The heaven-seizing technique was extremely rare. Not every civilization had it. Most civilizations' development only involved plundering other civilizations' resources. They could not do anything about the heavenly Tao. However, it was undeniable that in this universe, the truly powerful civilizations all had their own heaven-seizing technique. That's right. The Bloodgore star's heaven-seizing technique was found by the Blood God in a historical site. Later on, the Blood God used this technique to forcefully devour the Bloodgore star's heavenly Tao in order to break through to the heavenly Tao Master's realm. However, he was severely injured and has yet to wake up. Lunar Zhaowu said, "No wonder I didn't sense any heavenly Tao fluctuations when I went to the Bloodgore star. It was devoured by the Blood God himself." Chu Kuangren finally understood. After that, he asked a few more questions. After Lunar Zhaowu left, Chu Kuangren noticed a figure pacing back and forth outside his door. That person was Yin Honghua, the young general of Fortress Number 17, which was the fortress that Chu Kuangren was currently in. Chapter 828. Honghua Yin, what is she doing here? Chu Kuangren could not help but be curious. He walked up to her and asked, "Honghua Yin, what are you doing here?" Honghua Yin looked at Chu Kuangren walking towards her and was at a loss. Chu Kuangren's mind was filled with question marks. Was she resisting him? It did not seem like it. Was she shy because he was too handsome? Impossible. He knew Honghua Yin's personality very well. She was a heroine. Besides, it was not their first time meeting. "Brother Chu, are you a human king?" Honghua Yin asked curiously, looking at Chu Kuangren expectantly. Chu Kuangren suddenly realized something. He remembered now. Honghua Yin was a fan of the human king. She even had a biography of the human king that she read from time to time. Was he not a human king? No wonder she was acting so strangely. She had met her idol. "Yes, I am." Chu Kuangren nodded. Honghua Yin was even more excited. She did not expect the human king that she had admired for so long to be Chu Kuangren, and that she had even fought alongside him. This was simply unimaginable. It was like a dream. "King, is Chu Kuangren your reincarnation?" "Yes. I heard that you're going to build a nation. Is that true?" "Yes. The human race must be unified. Only by concentrating our strength can we develop an extraterrestrial civilization. Building a nation is a must. Is there anything I can help you with? Cultivate well, and you'll be a pillar of the firmament in the future." Chu Kuangren and Honghua chatted for a while. Even after Chu Kuangren left, Honghua was still staring at his back. It took her a while to recover. The ghost blade Heavenly Honorable walked to her side and said with a smile, "Huar, now that you've met your king, does that mean your wish has been fulfilled?" "Sigh, I didn't expect Brother Chu to be the king." Honghua Yin suddenly felt a little melancholic. The ghost blade Heavenly Honorable was stunned. "Why? You don't look happy. Is the king not as good as you think?" "No, the king is very good, and Brother Chu is also very outstanding. But it is precisely because of this that I feel ashamed of my own inferiority. My idol is so outstanding, but I am so ordinary. I feel that I am a little unworthy of liking him." Yin Honghua, one of the youngest Empyreans in history to reach the Empyrean realm before the age of 100, said with melancholy. The corner of Ghost Blade's mouth twitched. "Looks like I'll have to work even harder in my cultivation from now on. I'll strive to be of help to the king as soon as possible and resolve his problems." Yin Honghua took a deep breath and said solemnly, "In the universe, a stream of light landed on an uninhabited planet." Zi Wuheng's expression turned ugly. "Damn it. How could a tiny firmament star give birth to such an immortal seed? Even I'm no match for it. I have to think a way to get back at them." With the resources of the Purple Star civilization, it would not be a problem for them to deal with Firmament Star. However, he did not want to ask for help from the Purple Star civilization. The reason was simple. If those guys find out that I suffered such a huge loss in the firmament star, they'll probably laugh at me. I have to get back at him personally. For some cultivators, face was sometimes more important than anything else. Zi Wuheng, on the other hand, was someone who valued his own face. He had accepted the mission to attack Firmament Star. If he were to return with a face full of dirt and ask for reinforcements, how would he survive in the future? I can't go back to the Purple Star civilization for the time being. Moreover, I have to settle things with Firmament Star as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the higher-ups of the Purple Star civilization find out that I've failed my mission, it'll be too late. What should I do then? Zi Wuheng pondered. Chu Kuangren was too powerful. He was no match for him. He had to find other help. That was for sure. However, there were not many advanced cultivation civilizations in the Purple Gold Galaxy. Most of them were under the jurisdiction of the Purple Star and Golden Star immortal civilizations. As for the others, there were not many that could deal with Firmament Star. Not to mention a mere immortal seed. Not to mention someone who was willing to help him. Blood Source Planet. Blood Deity. Zi Wuheng thought of something and murmured. The Blood Source Planet and Firmament Star are irreconcilable enemies. Although the Blood Kings of the Blood Source Planet are all dead, they still have a top-notch Taoist master, the Blood Deity. If the Blood Deity appears, dealing with Chu Kuangren will be a piece of cake. The only thing we need to do now is to awaken the Blood Deity. A Taoist master was the top combat power of civilization. In the Purple Gold Galaxy, there were not many Taoist masters, let alone a top-notch Taoist master. As long as the Heavenly Taoist did not show up, a Taoist master like him could do whatever he wanted in the Purple Gold Galaxy. From Zi Wuheng's point of view, Chu Kuangren was just a late-stage minor Taoist master. Although he had the strength to fight someone of a higher level, he would not be able to deal with a Taoist master, let alone a blood deity. Zi Wuheng's figure flashed as he took out a battleship from his yin and yang ring. He then boarded the battleship and headed towards the Blood Source Planet. A few months later, Zi Wuheng arrived at the Blood Source Planet. The Blood Source Planet no longer had a Blood King, and most of its emperors and heavenly honorables had perished in the battle against Firmament Star. No one could stop Zi Wuheng here. After some effort, he finally found the place where the Blood Deity was sleeping. It was 300,000 feet beneath the Blood Source Planet. In a dark, sunless underground space, a red-haired figure wearing a blood-red robe floated in midair. His hair was as red as blood, and he had horns on his head. His face was handsome and charming. Blood Deity, I've finally found you. Zi Wuheng let out a smile. Then, he took out a medicinal pill with a pained look in his eyes. A 7 transformations golden pill. This Taoist pill is extremely rare even on the Purple Star Planet. It's a top-notch Taoist pill, second only to the immortal pills. Since the Blood Deity had devoured the heavenly Tao, he had suffered a backlash and was severely injured. It would not be easy to wake him up. If he was still injured, even 10 top-notch Taoist pills would be useless. However, after countless years of hibernation, the Blood Deity had recovered a lot. This top-notch Taoist pill was just a final push. If I can't awaken the Blood Deity to help me defeat Chu Kuangren, then I can extract the origins of his immortal techniques and the battleship manufacturing technology. This 7 transformations golden pill will be worth it. Zi Wuheng took a deep breath and flicked the Taoist pill in his hand. It landed on top of the Blood Deity and exploded. Countless golden light dots floated in the void before they entered the Blood Deity's body and were absorbed by him instinctively. Not long after, the Blood Deity opened his eyes. At that moment, a terrifying surge of energy emanated from his body. The entire underground, no, the entire Blood Source Planet trembled. To have such energy fluctuations as soon as he's awakened. Rumor has it that the Blood Deity tried to devour the Heavenly Tao, but failed in his attempt to become the Heavenly Tao Master. Looks like that's not entirely true. I'm afraid he's only one step away from becoming the Heavenly Tao Master. Zi Wuheng said in amazement. You've finally awakened after such a long slumber. Young human, what are you planning to do? A hoarse voice was heard. It was the blood deity. He looked at Zi Wuheng with his domineering aura and asked, "Before you ask that question, let's take a look at the blood source planet first." Zi Wuheng said indifferently. The blood deity's divine thoughts circulated and covered half of the blood source planet. When he saw the current situation of the blood source planet, the blood deity's face turned extremely gloomy. Chapter 829. How did my bloodbath planet end up like this? Where are the Blood Kings? Where did they go? The blood deity's expression was extremely grim. His uncontrollable anger made him lose control of the energy fluctuations around him. The terrifying aura made Zi Wuheng feel suffocated. The entire bloodbath planet was shaking. What's going on? The blood deity looked at Zi Wuheng and asked. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. No matter who it was, if they found out that their house had been messed up by others after they had slept, they would not have a good expression. What happened on the bloodbath planet has nothing to do with me. I'm on the purple star sequences, Zi Wuheng. Zi Wuheng said calmly. To prevent the blood deity from attacking him, he revealed his identity first. Sure enough, the blood deity's expression calmed down a little when he heard that he was a purple star sequence. So you're a purple star holy seed? Yes. Zi Wuheng nodded slightly and told him everything that happened on the bloodbath planet. After listening, the blood deity's eyes turned cold. Firmament star, right? I'll definitely avenge this. Then I'll wait and see. Zi Wuheng smiled faintly. In Firmament Star, the preparations for the nation's establishment were almost complete. Now that the human forces had declared their allegiance, all that was left was the coronation ceremony. Rian had already made the necessary preparations. Come, sect leader, try this on, Elder Rian said as she held a luxurious robe in her hands. Chu Kuangren's mouth twitched. He looked to the side and saw a huge pile of clothes of various styles. Some were solemn, some were elegant, and some were gorgeous with different styles. There were gold, purple, white, and a myriad of colors. Elder Ruyan, is there a need to go through so much trouble? I think the ones you saw earlier are fine. Just pick one. No way. Elder Ruyan rejected immediately. This is the coronation ceremony. When the time comes, you'll be crowned the king of the entire human race, the ruler of a nation. This is much grander than the coronation ceremony. How can you dress so casually? Come, try this one on. Chu Kuangren had no choice but to try it on. With a thought, he unleashed the space conveyor technique, and the luxurious robe in Elder Rian's hand was transported to his body. It was a white, luxurious robe with golden edges. There were patterns of dragons and phoenixes on it, making it look extremely noble. Coupled with Chu Kuangren's extraordinary temperament, he looked like a supreme, immortal emperor. Elder Ruyan was mesmerized by the scene. But then, she came back to her senses and looked at the luxurious robe. Sect leader is so good-looking that you look good in everything you wear. It's really not easy to find a suitable one. Let's change to another one. You still want to trade? Change. The corner of Chu Kuangren's mouth twitched. I say, Elder Ruyan, don't tell me you just want to watch me change my clothes? Elder Ruyan's face reddened. Of course not. The same goes for all of you, right? Chu Kuangren looked at Lan Yu, Shang Qingxue, Jun Yi, and the others beside him. The few of them lowered their heads and pretended not to hear anything. However, the image recording stone in Shang Qingxue's hand flashed and automatically saved Chu Kuangren's image. Chu Kuangren was speechless. Then, he tried on a few more clothes before he was finally done. After he left, Elder Rian, Jun Yi, Jin Fian, and even Lan Yu could not help but gather around Shang Qingxue excitedly. How many pictures have you taken? Remember to send me a copy when you get back. This one looks so good. It's so beautiful. And this one too. Qingxue, you did a great job. The ladies looked at the image recording stone in Shang Qingxue's hand excitedly. Not long after, a few precious images of the human emperor were leaked out from the Black Heaven sect and sold for a high price. Inside the towering Heaven Palace, Chu Kuangren was sitting cross-legged with a silver-white disc in his hand. The disc had many interconnected circles, making it look very mysterious. It was the temporal mirror. He was currently trying to understand the mysteries of the temporal mirror. Now that he had fully understood the mysteries of the first 4 circles in the temporal mirror, he had made great progress in the space-time Tao. Besides that, he could also use the temporal mirror for the first time. This supreme treasure was very powerful. Even with Chu Kuangren's current cultivation level, it was still very difficult for him to use it. It was a trump card. Chu Kuangren had never used it other than to break the space-time, Master God's space-time cage in ancient times. I'm afraid this item is even more powerful than some immortal weapons, Chu Kuangren murmured. Although he had never seen an immortal weapon before, he had met some ancient immortals and learned about the power of immortal weapons from them. He had also secretly compared them. In addition to the prizes from the fantasy roulette, the god-tier items had reached the realm of immortals, and the temporal mirror was a supreme god-tier prize. Could it be a supreme immortal? Chu Kuangren did not think too much about that realm for now. He would slowly find out the answer in the future. Now, let's build up the empire, Chu Kuangren thought to himself. He could not help but shake his head and smile when he saw the gorgeous white robe hanging on the clothes rack beside him. The coronation ceremony was held as planned. Before anyone knew it, the Black Heaven sect was no longer just the Black Heaven sect. High walls had been built around it, and skyscrapers have been built. With the Black Heaven sect as the center, the area within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers had turned into a majestic city. This was also the empire's capital. It was called the Black Heaven City. Inside the Black Heaven City, carriages and horses were everywhere. Cultivators from all walks of life had arrived, and even rare beasts that were rarely seen appeared. Aside from the humans in the firmament star, the demonic beasts had also come to watch the ceremony. After all, Chu Kuangren was not only a human ruler, but also the undisputed strongest cultivator in the entire firmament star. At the center of the Black Heaven City, a tall platform rose from the ground. The 4 sides of the platform were engraved with all kinds of wondrous landscapes and auspicious beasts. This was the Sky Platform. Below the platform, the Chaos Taoist Master, Flowing Water Tao Master, Dharma Taoist Master, Yin Wu, and the others were whispering to each other. Aside from these Taoist masters, there were also a large number of emperors around them. Tens of millions of soldiers stood in a square formation, looking solemn and dignified. Music go, Elder Rian bellowed. Immediately, the soldiers around them sounded their horns. The majestic sound reverberated through the clouds. Along with this sound, a beautiful godly phoenix soared into the sky from afar. Wherever it went, the sky was dyed red. On top of the godly phoenix, a handsome figure in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back like an immortal king. Everyone looked at that figure with yearning and longing in their eyes. Chu Kuangren had arrived on the godly phoenix and arrived at the sky platform. He raised his hand and took out the human ruler's seal. When the seal was unleashed, a large amount of golden light surged and the sea of clouds rumbled. That was a human path treasure. Then, Chu Kuangren took out a scroll with a bunch of words written on it. They were all the founding proclamations that Elder Ruyan had prepared beforehand. The heavens above, the earth below, since the birth of the firmament human tribe. It has been 49 eras, and countless sages have emerged. Today, Chu Kuangren of the human tribe wishes to build a unified empire. The name of the empire shall be called Firmament. The era shall be called Era Opening, and the capital shall be Black Heaven City. May the heavenly Tao bless the human tribe for eternity and eternal prosperity. Chapter 830. Finally, it was done. Chu Kuangren looked at the 10,000-word scroll in his hand and thought to himself, Elder Rian sure knows how to write. After he finished reading the proclamation in his hand, auspicious clouds suddenly surged in the sky, followed by all sorts of beautiful transformations. Dragons and phoenixes, Qilins treading the sea, golden lotuses sprouting from the ground. All sorts of transformations dazzled everyone. With the heavenly Tao as witness, the firmament empire is formed. The voice of the heavenly Tao appeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. The heavenly Tao had spoken. One had to know that even when the Blood Tribe had attacked and the heavenly Tao had been smashed into smithereens, it hadn't said a single word. Now, the heavenly Tao had spoken up for the establishment of the Firmament Empire. What did that mean? The establishment of the Firmament Empire meant a lot to the heavenly Tao. So you can speak now. Why didn't you say anything when I was killing you back then? Chu Kuangren muttered to himself. No one else heard what he said. However, the heavenly Tao seemed to have sensed it. The heavenly Tao energy within Chu Kuangren's body suddenly trembled as if it was dissatisfied. Of course, the others did not know about Chu Kuangren's interaction with the heavenly Tao. They were still shocked by the heavenly Tao's voice. The Firmament Empire is formed. Chu Kuangren shall be the first king, the Firmament ruler. How dare you call the king by his name? Oh, I'll be more careful next time, Chu Kuangren chuckled. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. He could feel an incredibly powerful aura approaching from outside the morning heavens formation. This aura contains the power of the blood source. Is it the blood tribe? Chu Kuangren's eyes flashed coldly as he transmitted a message to Elder Ruyan. Elder Ruyan, I'll leave the aftermath to you. With that, his figure disappeared from the Sky Tower platform. The Dharma Taoist master and the others seemed to have sensed something too as they looked toward the sky. Follow him. All right. These blood breeds are really like ghosts that won't go away. Firmament Star, outside the morning heavens. The blood tribe's strongest cultivators, the blood god and Zi Wuheng, arrived together. They were already close to the 17th fortress. The blood god's eyes flashed coldly. Let's start with the people here. As he raised his hand, boundless blood origin force gushed out, enveloping half of the starry sky. Empyrean Ghostblade, Yan Honghua, and the others rushed out of Fortress 17. They couldn't help but be aghast at the sight of the massive amount of blood source power. Not even 10 Blood Kings could produce such a blood origin power. How could there be such a strong warrior hiding in the blood origin star? Not good. The fortress's great array formation can't withstand this attack. Boom, boom. Under the influence of the blood origin force, the fortress's grand array shook violently. Rather, it was merely the oppressive might. If this attack were to land, not to mention the grand spell formation of the fortress, the entire fortress would be destroyed. Bloodstar false. A cold shout resounded throughout the universe. The blood origin power around the blood god gathered abruptly and transformed into a huge blood-colored star that blasted toward the 17th fortress. The terrifying power caused the void to collapse. The entire fortress was enveloped in that boundless bloody light. It's over. Empyrean Ghostblade and the others couldn't help feeling despair. Countless cultivators lost all thoughts of escaping. In the face of such terrifying power, there was no way out. Next to the blood god, Zi Wuhen was speechless. So this is the power of a top great Tao Lord. It's really extraordinary. Compared to me, it's several levels stronger. His eyes revealed a hint of passion. He would have such power sooner or later. He was an immortal seed. His growth potential was much stronger than the blood gods. If even the blood god could reach such a level, there was no reason why he, an immortal seed, couldn't do the same. I'm afraid the cultivators in this fortress are going to be wiped out. Zi Wuhen shook his head without a trace of pity in his eyes. For him, this kind of thing was already a common occurrence. In the universe, the casualties of some powerful civilizations in a war were often measured in billions or even hundreds of billions. What was a mere fortress to them? Just as the 17th fortress was about to be destroyed, a dazzling golden sword light that stretched for billions of miles suddenly rumbled and smashed into the blood-colored star with unparalleled power. The collision caused by the two enormous forces set off a terrifying cosmic gale, causing the surrounding planets to tremble. Fortress 17 was also shaking violently, but compared to being destroyed, this outcome was already many times better. Empyrean Ghostblade and the others looked towards the source of the sword light. They saw a handsome man in a luxurious white robe, a jade crown on his head, and a white jade longsword hanging from his waist. Every move he made was like an immortal king descending from the heavens. It's the king. Isn't today the coronation ceremony? The king must have sensed that we're in danger. Chu Kuangren's arrival calmed everyone down. However, the ghost blade, heavenly venerable, still had a serious look in his eyes. This power is much stronger than the Blood King. Can the king handle it? He definitely can, Yin Honghua said with a determined look. To her, the king was invincible. In space, the blood god's eyes narrowed. Oh, I can't believe someone in Firmament Star can block my attack. This fluctuation is an immortal technique. He was a little excited. An immortal technique. It was something that only the immortal technique civilization had. If he could master it, it would be a great help to his cultivation. Then, he looked at Chu Kuangren with a strange look in his eyes. You must be Chu Kuangren. I can sense the fluctuation of the heavenly Tao within your body. It seems that you've mastered the heavenly Tao and are the Firmament Star's master. Zi Wuheng was a little shocked. He did not know that Chu Kuangren had mastered the heavenly Tao, the immortal seed and the heavenly Tao's enhancement. Did this guy not use his full strength when he fought me? He felt like he was being looked down upon. Deep down, he was even more furious. However, Chu Kuangren did not care about his emotions. He looked at the blood god with a strange look in his eyes. The blood god could sense the heavenly Tao within his body. Naturally, Chu Kuangren could as well. He had a vague guess. Shall AI analyze him? Yes. Then, information about the blood god appeared in his mind. It also confirmed Chu Kuangren's guess. So, it's the blood god, the powerful cultivator who devoured the heavenly Tao of the blood source planet. Is he a peaked great Tao lord? This is a little tricky. Chu Kuangren's eyes were serious. He could handle ordinary great Tao lords, and even defeat them would not be a problem. However, the blood god was a peak great Tao lord. Not to mention that he had devoured the heavenly Tao. Looks like today is going to be a tough battle. Not far away, the Dharma Taoist master, Flowing Water Path master, and the others had also arrived. When they saw the serious expression on Chu Kuangren's face, their hearts sank. It was the first time they had seen such an expression on their king's face. It was obvious how powerful the blood god before them was. The Firmament Empire had just been established today. If they were to face such a powerful enemy in the next moment, it would not bode well for the Firmament Star's future development. Most of the Firmament Star's cultivators are here, right? Let me deal with them all in one go, the blood god said proudly. Chapter 831. Today, I will deal with you all together, Shueshin said proudly. He had this confidence. He was a peak-level great Tao Lord. As long as the Heaven Tao Lord didn't appear, he could do whatever he wanted in the Purple Gold Galaxy. Although the cultivation level of this group of people in front of him was decent, in his opinion, only Chu Kuangren was worthy of his attention. As for the others, he could deal with a group of minor Tao lords in a matter of minutes. Beside him, Zi Wuheng sneered as he looked at Chu Kuangren. You may be an immortal seed, but it's a shame that you don't have a powerful civilization to back you up. Today, you will die without a doubt. With the development of a powerful civilization, it's only a matter of time before Firmament Star surpasses Purple Star. Chu Kuangren said indifferently. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. You'll die today, and Firmament Star will become a colony, a slave for generations to come. Today is the day when my Firmament Empire has just been established. No one is allowed to stop my empire's hegemony. Your hegemony is just empty talk. Shueshun sneered coldly as he took a step forward. An extremely powerful blood origin power burst forth from his body. The power of a peak great Tao Lord erupted. That attack, just now, was only 30% of my strength. If I go all out, you won't even be able to block a single attack. What hegemony are you talking about? Blood God tyrannical descent. The blood god let out a furious roar and activated his own profound mysteries. The tyrannical blood origin energy swept out, and a terrifying pressure enveloped everyone present. Even the Tao Lord couldn't help but tremble. What terrifying power! Is this the combat power of a peak great Tao Master? Damn it, I can't block it at all. The Tao Master of 10,000 Laws, the Tao Master of Luo River, and the others felt their hearts palpitating. In front of them, a huge blood-colored Dharma form that was formed from the combination of a massive amount of blood origin power and Tao patterns appeared. The Dharma idol's every move contained the power to shake the stars. Blood God tyrannical descent? In my firmament star's territory, even the gods can only bow their heads. When Chu Kuangren lifted his hand, the time-space mirror appeared. The 9 circles opened and spiraled. An unprecedented power of time and space suddenly exploded. Countless mystical space-time Tao patterns densely covered the void and covered a radius of 10,000 miles. At this moment, the light of the stars dimmed. The space that was enveloped by the power of space and time seemed to have been stripped out of this universe, and time stopped. Shueshun and Ziwuhin were also enveloped by this space-time power. Their eyes widened as they stared at the time-space mirror in Chu Kuangren's hand. Their eyes were filled with indescribable fear. What kind of space-time power was this? What was with this ridiculously powerful space-time power? Shueshun and Shueshun felt as if their Tao, profoundness, Emperor Qi, etc. had suddenly stopped circulating, leaving behind only a sliver of their consciousness. They wanted to control their bodies, but they were unable to do so. The space-time energy that surged from all directions was like countless invisible chains that bound them tightly, making them unable to move. Not far away, Chu Kuangren stood in the air. With the time-space mirror in his hand, he became the king of this world. Taking a step forward, space seemed to lose all meaning before him. In just a flash, he had arrived before Shueshun and Ziwuin. "Die!" An indifferent voice echoed in their ears. Then they saw a brilliant sword light. The sword light streaked across their necks. There were no wounds on their necks, and no blood spurted out. The next moment, the time-space domain disappeared. Shueshun and Ziwuhin regained their mobility. The first thing they did was to retreat and cover their necks with their hands. They even wanted to take out some healing treasures. However, before they could do anything, a sword mark appeared on their necks, and a large amount of blood splattered out. "This is impossible. This is impossible." Disbelief was written all over their faces. The next moment, millions of sword chi erupted, shredding their bodies and souls into pieces. Shueshun, a peak Taoist master, had fallen. Ziwuhin, an immortal seed, had fallen. Not far away, the Dharma Taoist master, the flowing water road sect master, and the others were dumbfounded. They could not recover from their shock at the sight. What happened to a tough battle? Killed in one move. What's going on? Phew! Chu Kuangren let out a long sigh. He then kept the time-space mirror back into his body. He felt a headache coming on. That move seemed simple, as he had instantly killed Shueshun and Ziwuhin, but it had consumed a large amount of his Emperor Qi mind power. "My king, what's going on?" The Dharma Taoist master walked up to Chu Kuangren with a puzzled look on his face. "I just used some tricks. There's no need to make a fuss." Chu Kuangren said calmly. The Taoists could not help but look at each other. "Make a fuss? Oh my God, you just killed a peak Taoist master and immortal seed, and you're telling us not to make a fuss? Is this the power of a king?" Everyone could not help but admire him. At that moment, a ray of light gathered in the void. A golden ball of light formed at the spot where the blood god died, and waves of heavenly Tao fluctuations emanated from it. The origin of heavenly Tao. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and grabbed that ball of light, and the firmament star's heavenly Tao energy within his body instantly sent waves of excitement. "Looks like I'll have to feed the heavenly Tao again," Chu Kuangren thought to himself. He kept that ball of origin of heavenly Tao into his body. Then, he took Ziwuhin's yin and yang ring. Let's go back. After dealing with the blood god threat, everyone returned to Firmament Star. The firmament star cultivators did not know what had just happened in the outer realm. They were still immersed in the joy of establishing their nation. Black Heaven City. The former Black Heaven sect had now been rebuilt into a majestic imperial palace. In the imperial palace's first palace, towering Heaven Palace, Chu Kuangren sat with his legs crossed. In front of him was a little golden man that no one could see. That little golden man was the firmament star's heavenly Tao incarnation. At that moment, he was holding a ball of origin of heavenly Tao and gnawing on it. That was the blood origin planet's heavenly Tao that the blood god had devoured. Compared to the ball of origin of heavenly Tao that Chu Kuangren had obtained on the shell planet, it was many times stronger. The little golden man had been gnawing on it for several hours, and it was still not done. Chu Kuangren reached out his hand and patted the little golden man's head as if he was petting a cat. He had a joyful expression on his face. "Good boy, eat slowly. Don't choke on it. Don't worry, no one's going to fight you for it." The little golden man ignored him and only increased his speed of gnawing. To think that a mighty heavenly Tao like him was being petted like a cat? F***CK. Was there any justice in this world? Chu Kuangren looked at the little golden man that was wolfing down its food. He could clearly feel that it was growing stronger. At the same time, the heavenly Tao energy within his body was also expanding and becoming stronger. As the heavenly Tao grew stronger, the future development of Firmament Star would also become smoother. At the very least, it would be easier for cultivators to cultivate. He could pee the heavenly Tao and become stronger at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Chu Kuangren's expression became even more joyful. "Since I'm in such a good mood, let's do a lucky draw." Chu Kuangren opened the fantasy roulette. At the same time, he glanced at the little golden man. Like everyone else, the little golden man did not notice the existence of the fantasy roulette at all. "Congratulations, host, for drawing the legendary Heavenly Tao Master's puppet. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up. The Heavenly Tao Master's puppet. A battle puppet with combat strength comparable to the Heavenly Tao Master's? Chapter 832. The Heavenly Tao Master's Battle Puppet. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up, and he immediately retrieved the battle puppet. It was a greenish-black wooden puppet. It was a very plain wooden puppet without a nose or face. However, the moment the wooden puppet appeared, the little golden man beside Chu Kuangren seemed to be startled. He jumped up and looked at the wooden puppet in front of him warily. The Heavenly Tao Master. As the name suggested, he was a cultivator who was on par with the Heavenly Tao. When a cultivator reached this level, his fate would no longer be under the control of the Heavenly Tao, no matter which planet he went to. Chu Kuangren could not help but let out a soft gasp when he saw the Heavenly Tao little golden man's reaction. He carefully observed the wooden puppet in front of him. The little golden man seemed to have noticed something too. He went forward and poked the wooden puppet. Seeing that it did not respond, he ignored it and continued to chew on the origin of Heavenly Tao of the Blood Source Star. Chu Kuangren subconsciously reached out and touched the wooden puppet's head. A wisp of mind power had already flowed out and landed on the wooden puppet. Instantly, countless mysterious Taoist patterns flowed on the wooden puppet. Then, it transformed into Chu Kuangren's appearance. The little golden man was watching from the side. He seemed to be so shocked by the scene that he even forgot to chew on the origin of Heavenly Tao. Chu Kuangren's emperor's thought was attached to the wooden puppet. At this moment, he was the wooden puppet, and the two of them were one. He could clearly feel a surge of unparalleled power continuously gushing out from his chest and filling his limbs and bones. What a powerful force! Is this the strength of a Heavenly Tao Master? Chu Kuangren could not help but be amazed. He had a feeling that if he were to face the blood god again, he would not need to use the time mirror. He would be able to kill him in 2 or 3 strikes. After familiarizing himself with this power, Chu Kuangren's emperor's thought returned to his body, and the Heavenly Tao Master Battle Puppet turned back into a wooden puppet. With this Heavenly Tao Master Battle Puppet, the Firmament Empire will be more secure. Chu Kuangren smiled in satisfaction as he caressed the little golden man beside him. Crack! The little golden man took a bite of the origin of heavenly Tao and nodded. In the following days, Chu Kuangren dealt with various internal affairs. The Firmament Empire had just been established, so he had many things to do. Xiantian City, Imperial Palace. Chu Kuangren was currently dealing with a few internal affairs regarding establishing diplomatic relations with the demonic beasts. Now that the Empire was the strongest force in Firmament Star, and with the Tao Lords keeping watch, the demonic beasts would not be able to cause any trouble. Chu Kuangren fell into deep thought as he stared at the vast starry sky outside the house. Beside him, Elder Rian sighed. My king, this is the 7th time this month that you've been staring at the starry sky in a daze. Oh, is that so? Chu Kuangren smiled and did not comment. You want to leave? Elder Rian saw through the other party's thoughts with a single sentence. Yes, the Firmament Empire has been established. You and the Tao Lords will handle the matters of development. The starry sky is very big, and I want to explore it. Moreover, I killed Purple Star's immortal seed, so Purple Star will not let this matter rest. I have to become stronger as soon as possible. At the very least, immortal ascension. Chu Kuangren nodded and said calmly. The appearance of the Blood God gave him a sense of urgency. In this vast universe, there were countless strong cultivators. So what if he was the ruler of Firmament Star? Perhaps in the eyes of the immortals, Firmament Star could be destroyed with a snap of their fingers. If my king wishes to leave, then let the Tao Lords know. I don't think they will stop you, Elder Rian said. That's what I was thinking. Not long after, Chu Kuangren gathered the Tao Lords. Indeed, no one stopped him from doing so. My king, you are the one with the highest chance of becoming an immortal. Firmament Star's resources are not enough to nurture an immortal. Only by exploring the vast universe will there be hope, the Dharma Tao Lord said. He was the one who most approved of Chu Kuangren's decision to explore the universe. He deeply understood that only when Firmament Star had its own immortal could it truly stand on its own feet in the universe. After receiving the unanimous approval of the Tao Lords, Chu Kuangren gradually handed over the tasks at hand to Gu Linglong and Elder Ruyan, who were once empresses and had experience in managing an empire. Before he left the master of the Heavenly Path's battle puppet in the empire. That was the biggest trump card he had left for the empire. With a master of the Heavenly Path guarding it, even the Purple Star civilization would not dare to act recklessly. The next time I return, the empire will stand at the peak of this galaxy. Chu Kuangren looked at Firmament Star and murmured. Without any hesitation, he turned around and left. There were more exciting and unknown things waiting for him in front of him. In the vast universe, an uninhabited star was collapsing and shrinking. It was as if there was an astral beast that fed on stars within it. In the end, the star disappeared. A figure appeared in the void. Chu Kuangren sensed the power within his body. My physical body has been strengthened. I'm one step closer to the peak of the starry immortal physique. The peak of the starry immortal physique required an incomparably large amount of astral energy. It was 10 times more than the mastery level. After familiarizing himself with his power, Chu Kuangren summoned a battleship and continued to sail into the distance. It had been more than half a year since he left Firmament Star. For the past half a year, he had been cruising in the sea of stars. Occasionally, he would come across some uninhabited planets and devour them. There's a battleship approaching. On this day, Chu Kuangren was using his emperor's thought to sense his surroundings when he suddenly noticed a few battleships approaching him. Was it a coincidence? Or did they come with ill intentions? Chu Kuangren decided to wait and see first. After all, it had been a few months, and this was the first time he encountered someone from another civilization. Not long after, the few battleships surrounded Chu Kuangren. Through his emperor's thought, Chu Kuangren also saw the cultivators on those battleships. Some were humans, and some were strange-looking beasts. Chu Kuangren even saw a few of them with octopus heads. The battleships in front stopped right there. Among them, the leader of the group was a burly human who wore a golden scale armor and held a trident in his hand. He used his emperor's thought to communicate with Chu Kuangren. "May I know what you're here for?" Chu Kuangren asked politely. "Oh, it's a human cultivator, and such a good-looking one at that." A female demonic cultivator could not help but say in surprise. "Huh, I don't care if he's good-looking or not. I can tell that his battleship is pretty good, so there must be a lot of good stuff on it." Another cultivator with an octopus head chuckled and said. Chu Kuangren had a strange look on his face when he heard their conversation. Did he just run into bandits? Interstellar bandits? Human cultivator, get off the ship and hand over your yin and yang rings and other valuables. If you do, we'll spare your life. The golden armored man said. Chu Kuangren did not reply. Instead, he looked at these people. Xiao AI, help me analyze what kind of monsters they are. Yes. Under the analysis of the all-knowing spirit, Xiao AI, information about these people emerged one by one. They were from a few civilizations. Their cultivation realms varied as well. Some of them were below the emperor realm, and some were emperors and heavenly honorables. As for Tao Lords, there was not a single one. The strongest among them was the golden armored man, an upper heavenly honorable. Who gave him the courage to rob him? Chapter 833. Who gave you the courage to rob me when you're so weak? Chu Kuangren slowly walked out of the warship. Everyone at the scene could not help but narrow their eyes as they stared at Chu Kuangren with a cold look in their eyes. How dare you? A mere human cultivator dares to resist us? Let me see what he's made of. The octopus-headed cultivator took a step forward and unleashed a powerful aura before he charged towards Chu Kuangren. He held a heavy hammer in his hand and smashed it towards Chu Kuangren. However, Chu Kuangren did not move an inch. He flicked his finger. A golden-red phoenix flame shot out and landed on the cultivator's body, burning him into charcoal in the blink of an eye. Vaguely, there was a meaty aroma in the air. He's turned into an octopus. Chu Kuangren smirked as he said. The other cultivators narrowed their eyes and went on high alert. They looked at Chu Kuangren with fear in their eyes. Captain Octopus is a 9th-level Emperor Realm cultivator, yet he was defeated so easily. Just how strong is he? He's at least a heavenly venerable. Looks like we've met a tough opponent. The burly man in golden armor took a step forward and arrived in the void. He stared at Chu Kuangren and unleashed his heavenly honorable domineering aura. Seeing this, everyone's eyes were filled with hope. Our leader has made his move. The great leader is an upper-level heavenly lord. As long as he makes a move, this fellow will definitely not be a match for him. That's right, this kid is dead meat. Everyone said excitedly. Meanwhile, the golden-armored man's body erupted with an incredibly powerful emperor's chi. Taoist patterns spread and formed a small world. The heavenly venerable small world enveloped Chu Kuangren's warship. Take this, kid. The golden-armored man held the trident in his hand and smashed it towards Chu Kuangren. The majestic emperor's chi was like a falling star. Chu Kuangren stood his ground. He gently raised his hand and pointed a finger. The trident collided with that finger, and the emperor's chi dispersed. It was stopped in midair, unable to move forward, let alone hurt Chu Kuangren. How weak! Chu Kuangren shook his head. He flicked his finger. With a bang, the trident exploded on the spot. The golden-armored man flew out and smashed into his own warship. His expression was incomparably terrified. What kind of existence did he provoke? Run, run. The golden-armored man didn't dare to stay any longer. Everyone hurriedly turned the boat around and was about to leave. However, it was not easy for Chu Kuangren to encounter people from another civilization. Even if they were bandits, how could they let them go so easily? With a wave of his hand, the pocket dimension opened up. The battleships were instantly frozen in midair. The bandits were forced to lie on the deck of the warship by the terrifying pressure of the world. Unable to move, their faces filled with fear. You're trying to learn how to rob others with such little strength? Chu Kuangren curled his lips. The golden-armored man and the others wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They were definitely not weak. In the Violet Gold Galaxy, being able to attain the Tao Lord realm was already considered an expert. There was an upper celestial venerable among them, and he could also be considered an expert. However, who would have thought that he would be defeated by Chu Kuangren today? Now, do as I say, and maybe I'll let you live. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Everyone quickly nodded. Then, Chu Kuangren asked about the Violet Gold Galaxy, including the division of civilizations, their resources, and their experts. In the Violet Gold Galaxy, there were two strongest civilizations. They were the Purple Star and Venus, both of which were immortal civilizations. Under these two civilizations, there were thousands of civilizations of various sizes in the Violet Gold Galaxy, and most of them were under the jurisdiction of these two civilizations. Other than the civilizations, there were also some orthodoxies in this galaxy that were not part of the civilizations, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Some of them could even fight against an entire civilization. After understanding the basic situation, Chu Kuangren fell into deep thought. It seems that even without the blood source planet, the firmament star will eventually be targeted by other civilizations, be it the Purple Star or Venus. On the contrary, he should be thankful that the blood source planet was similar in strength to the firmament star. That was why they could fight for so long. If it was the Venus or the Purple Star, they would not have lasted this long. What civilizations are around here? Chu Kuangren asked. Master, the closest one is the Wind Planet. I also have a star map of the Violet Gold Galaxy with me. If you need it, I'll bring it to you immediately, the golden-armored man said. Go. Chu Kuangren was not afraid that they would play any tricks. Soon, Chu Kuangren received a star map of the Violet Gold Galaxy. Leave all your resources here and get lost. Chu Kuangren said. After traveling in the universe for so long, the resources in the warship were almost depleted. It was a good time to replenish them. The golden-armored man and the others did not dare to resist. They quickly handed over all their resources and left dejectedly. Being robbed by the bandits was just a small interlude. Chu Kuangren followed the star map and headed towards the nearby Wind Planet civilization. A few months later, he saw a brown-yellow star. He kept the warship and entered the Wind Planet. The moment he stepped into the star, there was no heavenly Tao fluctuation. It seemed like there was no heavenly Tao on the Wind Planet. Chu Kuangren pondered. According to the information he obtained from the bandits, the Wind Planet was one of the Purple Star's subsidiary civilizations. In other words, the heavenly Tao of the Wind Planet might have been stolen. The art of seizing the heavens is a key to the development of the firmament star. Looks like I'll have to pay attention to this information in the future. Chu Kuangren pondered. Then he scanned the entire Wind Planet with his emperor's thought. Other than the native civilizations of the Wind Planet, there were also people from other civilizations. Most of them were like Chu Kuangren, who traveled the universe and came to the Wind Planet to rest or replenish their resources. There were many ways to replenish their resources, but most of them were through bartering. There were also those who robbed directly. However, that would easily attract the strong cultivators of the Wind Planet, and a battle would break out. The warship requires a large amount of spiritual marrow to power. The Wind Planet should have some. Chu Kuangren's figure flashed, and he arrived at a city. In the city, there were people of different appearances. Most of them were humans, but of course, there were also some foreign races. The human race was the most compatible with the heavenly Tao. Hence, among the various races in the universe, the human race was the largest. Chu Kuangren found a bartering resource exchange and took out a primary god's godhead, intending to exchange it for a spiritual marrow. Upon seeing that godhead, the receptionist in charge of the exchange was stunned. This aura belongs to a deity. It's a godhead. Moreover, it's a primary god's godhead that's comparable to a Daelord's. This is a priceless item in the Purple Gold Galaxy. The receptionist gazed towards Chu Kuangren, changed instantly. His face was full of smiles as he enthusiastically exchanged for a pile of spiritual marrow. He even gave Chu Kuangren several emperor weapons and local specialties. Chapter 834. Heavenly Wind Planet. Inside a restaurant, Chu Kuangren was drinking while collecting as much information as he could. Have you heard? The Hollow Immortal of Dusty Sky Planet has set up a formation that hides a top-notch Dao weapon. I heard that anyone who can break through the formation will obtain that Dao weapon. Oh, did the Hollow Immortal refine another Dao weapon? Yeah, he's giving it to others again. Tisk, it's only been a few hundred years since the last time he refined a Dao weapon. He managed to gather all the materials in such a short amount of time to refine a Dao weapon. His refining skills are really impressive. He's lived for so long, and he's a Hollow Immortal, so he's definitely powerful. I heard that the Dao artifact this time is extremely rare, and Hollow Immortal Chun Tian himself said that it's one of the most satisfying works he's made in his entire life. It attracted countless people, including a few immortal seeds. Wow, that's impressive. Voices of discussion could be heard. Chu Kuangren was deep in thought. The Hollow Immortal Dao weapon and immortal seeds had appeared. His interest was piqued. Since I don't have a clear destination for now, I might as well go take a look. With that in mind, he began his journey to Dusty Sky Planet. Along the way, he collected some information about the Hollow Immortal. The Hollow Immortal was one of the strongest cultivators in the Purple Gold Galaxy. The Hollow Immortal was a title. It was the cultivator closest to becoming an immortal in the Purple Gold Galaxy. However, most Hollow Immortals could not become immortals because they had lived for too long and exhausted their potential. They could only stay at the doorstep of immortality, unable to cross over. They could see the level of immortals, but they could not cross over. The Hollow Immortal, an illusory immortal. This was an extremely sad thing. There were many Hollow Immortals hidden in the universe. The Hollow Immortal was just one of them. However, this Hollow Immortal was a little special. Rumor had it that this person was once an immortal seed. However, because his potential was exhausted, he could not become an immortal and had been depressed for thousands of years. In the end, he switched to craftsmanship and spent 30,000 years to become a famous craftsmanship grandmaster in the Purple Gold Galaxy. Later on, he switched to cultivating formations, and he similarly spent a few tens of thousands of years to attain perfection in the Tao of formations. He'd once used stars to set up a formation and killed a void immortal who'd made a name for himself a long time ago, causing a great uproar. Ever since then, the Dust Sky Virtual Immortal found a star to live in seclusion. Every few days, he would refine some Dao artifacts and give them to fated people, using this opportunity to accumulate good karma. His reputation in the Purple Gold Star system was very high. Several months of sailing. Chu Kuangren arrived at the Dusty Sky Star where the Dusty Sky Immortal was. Apart from him, there were many other battleships near the star. They were all eyeing the peerless Dao artifacts refined by the Mortal Sky Illusionary Immortal. It should be known that a Dao artifact crafted by a Hollow Immortal of the Mortal Heaven Realm was a top-notch Dao artifact. Even the Heaven Dao Master would fight for it like a flock of ducks. However, the Mortal Sky Void Immortals had a rule. The Dao artifacts that he refined would only be given to the fated prodigies. Swoosh! And a beam of golden light shot out from the Dust Star. The golden light transformed into two white jade pillars. Two white dragons were carved on the pillars, and there was a screen of light between the pillars that looked like a door. If you wish to break through the array and obtain the Dao artifact, you must first pass this test. An ethereal voice was heard. Everyone knew that this was one of the tests of the Hollow Immortal of the Mortal Heaven Realm. TSK, this white Jade Dragon Gate is a Dao artifact crafted by the Hollow Immortal of the Cloudy Sky Void Immortal. It can test a person's age and aptitude. Only by passing this door can one enter the array and fight for the peerless Dao artifact. A knowledgeable Taoist master said. At that moment, a figure had already dashed towards the white Jade Dragon Gate. He came before the light screen, and a white light shot out from the eyes of the two dragon statues on the white Jade Dragon Gate and scanned that person. 1,600 years old. One of the white dragons said. Aptitude superior. The other white dragon also spoke. You may enter. The two white dragons said at the same time. That person had a smug look on his face before he walked into the light screen. TSK, if I'm not mistaken, that person should be a peerless sky pride from the Yellow Cloud planet. He's only 1,600 years old, but he's already reached the heavenly honorable realm. No wonder he's recognized by the Dragon Gate. His aptitude is superior. A Taoist master said. Everyone's emperor's thoughts converged in the void as they discussed among themselves. Chu Kuangren's emperor's thoughts circulated as he listened to everyone's discussion. However, he was not in a hurry to enter. To him, since he had just left the Firmament Star, this was a good opportunity to get to know the sky prides of the Purple Star Galaxy. Whoosh! Another person was about to enter the Dragon Gate. There was a flash of light. 101,012 years old. Aptitude, inferior. You may not enter. That person was also a heavenly honorable, but he had only reached the heavenly honorable realm after cultivating for more than 100,000 years. Hence, he was rated as inferior by the Dragon Gate and could not enter. D*M*. I insist on entering. That person flew into a rage, out of humiliation, and charged toward the Dragon Gate. Roar. At that moment, the two white dragons on the Dragon Gate let out a roar. A terrifying aura instantly erupted as scorching white dragon flames gushed out from their mouths. In an instant, the heavenly honorable was burned into ashes. Everyone swallowed their saliva and couldn't help but be shocked. What a terrifying flame. That power is at least at the level of a Taoist master. Is this the power of a pseudo-immortal? Everyone was amazed. On the warship, Chu Kuangren was deep in thought. The power of that dragon flame is not much weaker than the blood gods. This Tao weapon is quite powerful. With the heavenly honorable's lesson, no one dared to act rashly. One by one, those who wanted to challenge the formation and obtain the Tao weapon obediently accepted the test. Those who passed the test then entered the light screen one by one. 3,610 years old. Superior aptitude. At that moment, the white dragon in the Dragon Gate uttered a shocking statement. Everyone looked at the person who accepted the test in shock. Superior aptitude. F***me. This is the first time a superior aptitude sky pride has appeared. Hold on. This person is the Purple Star 8th sequence. Fan. What? Purple Star sequence? Isn't that an immortal seed? No wonder he received the superior aptitude evaluation. That superior aptitude sky pride was a handsome young man in a purple dragon robe. His eyes glowed with a faint purple light. That person was the Purple Star 8th sequence. Fan. He was not surprised that he received the superior aptitude evaluation. He walked towards the light screen with his head held high and entered the formation while everyone was still in shock. At that moment, another golden ray of light arrived. It was a gloomy-looking young man with long, narrow brows. It's the Golden Star 9th sequence. Someone exclaimed. The white dragon glanced at him. 3,500 years old. Superior aptitude. You can enter. Another superior aptitude. Another immortal seed. Everyone was shocked. After Fan and Jie, a few other superior aptitude sky prides appeared. Among them was a swordsman with a black iron sword hanging from his waist. He was not a Purple Star or Golden Star celestial seed. However, he also had superior aptitude, which was very surprising. After the emergence of the sky prides, Chu Kuangren could not help but smile. Interesting. Looks like this trip wasn't a waste after all. He had been lonely for too long. Now, he was finally a little interested. Just look. There were so many sky prides in this vast universe. There must be one or two that he was interested in. Chapter 835. Amazing. I counted just now. This time, there are 10 geniuses with super great aptitude. Among them, 7 are immortal seeds cultivated by Gold Star and Purple Star. As for the other 3, their origins are unknown. They might be geniuses cultivated by ancient orthodoxies. In the past, even if the illusionary immortal of Mortal Sky Realm refined a Tao weapon, he would at most produce 1 or 2 supreme aptitude immortal seeds. Now, there are 10 of them, and maybe even more. Why do I smell an unusual aura? Indeed, maybe the Tao weapon refined by the illusionary immortal of Mortal Sky Realm is too attractive. After all, he said it himself that it's the best product he's ever made. That's possible too. As the immortal seeds appeared one after another, the crowd began to discuss fervently. Chu Kuangren also moved. He kept his worship and walked towards the white Jade Dragon Gate. The crowd looked at him and could not help but be surprised. I can't see through this person's aura. Not only that, but this person's aura is just too extraordinary. This aura, this appearance. TSK, TSK. I don't think there are many beauties in the purple gold galaxy who have the most outstanding looks. Indeed, he's too extraordinary. What do you guys think his aptitude is? Since he looks so extraordinary, he should be above average. Due to the consecutive appearance of the immortal seeds, coupled with Chu Kuangren's extraordinary aura, he was now the center of attention. Chu Kuangren had also arrived at the Dragon Gate. The 2 white dragons glanced at him and released a white light that swept over him. Chu Kuangren felt a little warm inside his body. It was like he was soaking in warm water. 39 years old. Chu Kuangren suddenly felt a little emotional when he heard that. It was said that cultivation was timeless, and before he knew it, he was already in his 40s. He did not feel anything. That was only the age of his physical body. His soul had lived for more than 10,000 years in the ancient times of Firmament Star. To him, time was just a string of numbers. He would only feel emotional when he thought about it occasionally. However, when the surrounding cultivators found out about his age, they were all dumbfounded. They looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. 39 years old? This guy, he can't be here to mess with us, right? What kind of cultivation can a 39-year-old achieve? What is he here for? That's right. Little friend, have you reached the Sage Realm yet? You have come here to cause trouble. Hurry up and go home. Your mother wants you to go back and eat. 39? No matter how good one's aptitude is, being able to cultivate to the Saint Realm is already the limit. What's the point of fighting for a Tao artifact here? Exactly. Everyone looked at Chu Kuangren in disdain. It was as if they were looking at a little kid who had not even learned how to walk before challenging a group of adults. However, some people sensed that something was amiss. They looked at the white dragon. That white dragon seemed to have even reported his aptitude. On the other hand, Chu Kuangren turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. He looked at the white dragon, wanting to know what his own potential was like. Aptitude, quality, 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 quality. However, the white dragon could not say anything. Looking at the white dragon that was like a repeater, Chu Kuangren had a strange expression on his face. Don't tell me the dragon sect has crashed. Was it that difficult to register for aptitude? Didn't it go quite smoothly when reporting the others? Xiao AI, what's wrong with him? Chu Kuangren asked in his mind. He must have seen something he shouldn't have. The spirit of omniscience. Xiao AI sneered in her heart. Humph. Trying to decipher its master's aptitude with a mere Tao artifact? You must be tired of living. Crack, crack. At that moment, the white dragon that was like a repeater let out a miserable howl as cracks appeared on its body. With a loud bang, the white dragon shattered into pieces. The other white dragon was dumbfounded as it looked at its companion's broken body. The other cultivators were also dumbfounded. What is this? His deduction aptitude destroyed his own deduction? Oh my God, the white Jade Dragon sect has existed for so many years, but this has never happened before. What did this guy do? At that moment, a golden ray of light flew out and turned into a white Jade Dragon pillar. Little friend, please come in. An old voice was heard. It was the ethereal immortal of the mortal heaven realm. Chu Kuangren nodded slightly and glanced curiously at the newly appeared white Jade Dragon pillar. It seemed like this thing was mass-produced. No wonder the quality was so bad that it broke so easily. The newly appeared white Jade Dragon pillar trembled when Chu Kuangren looked at it. It closed its eyes and did not dare to look at him. It was afraid that it would shatter into pieces like the unlucky white jade dragon pillar before. Chu Kuangren touched his face. Do I look that scary? I'm quite handsome. Forget it, this dragon's taste is terrible. Chu Kuangren complained in his heart as he stepped into the light screen. Even after he left, the crowd was still discussing among themselves. After a while, the examination continued. In the dusty sky star, in a palace that was suspended in the clouds, a white-haired old man looked at the light screen in front of him in shock. The light screen showed the scene of the dragon pillar shattering. How can someone like this exist? His aptitude has exceeded the white jade dragon pillar's range of estimation. Even the white jade dragon pillar collapsed on its own as it tried to decipher his aptitude. It's as if it has triggered some sort of taboo. Even those second-generation immortals wouldn't be this ridiculous. The old man, who was the imaginary immortal Chen Tian, mumbled to himself. Then, he looked at the shattered white jade dragon pillar and revealed a pained expression. I've spent a lot of effort to refine this white jade dragon pillar, and I only have a few of them. One of them is equivalent to a few Dao weapons. He shook his head and waved his hand. The light screen in front of him flickered and switched to the scene of the great cloudy formation that he had set up. Let me see which sky prides are here this time. Inside the great cloudy formation, Chu Kuangren arrived in front of a forest of steels. At the end of the forest, there was a door that said, "Those who enter this door will advance to the next stage." In the forest of steels, some cultivators were already trying to break through the formation. However, their appearance was quite unsightly. Some cultivators were drooling as they hugged the stone tablet, while others were wielding weapons. Their eyes were bloodshot as they bombarded the stone tablet. If one didn't know better, they would think that the stone tablet was their father's murderer. Chu Kuangren looked at the steels in front of him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Oh, this is a formation that can confuse people's minds. Chu Kuangren knew a thing or two about formations. After all, the legendary Formation Master's inheritance was there for all to see. In addition to that, the Earth Soul and Human Soul had also studied this in the past 10,000 years. Even Chu Kuangren himself did not know what level his formation mastery had reached. But it's not difficult to break this formation. Chu Kuangren walked into the steels as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Soon, he arrived in front of the door and walked in without looking back. The first stage of the Great Cloudy Formation was broken. Outside the formation, the heavenly dust immortal's expression changed slightly. This guy actually knows about formations, and it looks like he's quite proficient in it. Those few steps he took just now were all on the key points of the steel's formation. Interesting. My Great Cloudy Formation has a total of 9 stages, and it's made up of 99 interconnected formations. I like to see how many stages you can break and how many formations you can break. First, Chu Kuangren destroyed a white jade dragon pillar, and now he easily broke the first stage's formation. The heavenly dust immortal could not help but feel competitive. Chapter 836. Inside the illusionary cloud formation, the second stage. What appeared before Chu Kuangren was a sea of fire. The sea of fire burned fiercely, and the temperature was so high that it was difficult to approach. In the sea of flames, there were some geniuses who used their emperor chi to isolate the flames, but there were also some who were unable to resist the flames and were badly burned. Among them, the most eye-catching were few prodigies. A young swordsman with a black longsword on his back was surrounded by sword chi. Countless flames could not approach him, and he easily passed through the sea of fire. He was in existence at the Downlord realm. There was also a woman whose body was flowing with a pale blue radiance. When the flames landed on her body, they automatically dissipated. These people were all celestial seed level prodigies. At this moment, they were attracted over by the top Dao artifact of the Dust Sky Illusionary Celestial. Between the two of them, they were actually going against each other. Everyone was an immortal seed, so they wanted to see who was better. Very soon, a few of the immortal seeds had passed the second stage. Chu Kuangren then walked into the sea of flames and unleashed his sword chi at a few different locations. Wherever he walked, the flames would automatically open up a path. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What's the situation? This raging inferno array is useless against him? It's the life gate of the formation. Quick, follow him. Upon seeing that, some of the cultivators wanted to follow Chu Kuangren. However, they were instantly engulfed by the flames the moment they stepped forward. Chu Kuangren shook his head and said, "This formation is ever-changing. One moment, it's the door of life, but the next moment it might not be the same." After saying that, he ignored them. In the blink of an eye, he entered the third stage. The third stage, weak water formation. Chu Kuangren saw through the crux of the formation and broke it with a single strike of his sword. Then the fourth stage, the fifth stage, the sixth stage, Chu Kuangren was unstoppable. Outside the array, the void immortal mortal heaven couldn't help but be surprised. This person's formation ability is actually so brilliant. No matter how the formation changes, he can see through it with a single glance. This level of array mastery is no weaker than mine. The most important thing is that this person is only 39 years old. It's only been a few decades. Even if he spent his entire life on arrays, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. The virtual immortal mortal heavenly dust immortal frowned. He was puzzled. Inside the cloud illusionary formation, the seventh stage. The difficulty of the seventh stage was extraordinary. It was the 10,000 swords formation. Within the sword formation, a myriad of strands of sword chi moved about without end, and every single strand of sword chi contained a strand of energy that shook the soul. Tens of thousands of swords flew in the air, interweaving to form a huge sword net. The challengers were all blocked outside the sword net. Those who could make it to the seventh stage were all extraordinary heaven's favorites. Most of them were extremely talented. However, even they were helpless against the sword formation in front of them. "I'll break the formation." A prodigy wielded a Dao spear and flew into the sword array. He brandished the spear and clashed with the sword chi. The clanging sounds continued. However, not long after, that prodigy was struck by several streaks of sword chi. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He looked at the sword formation with a face full of indignation. What a powerful sword formation. Within the sword array, the sword chi shattered by the prodigies recovered. The 10,000 streaks of sword chi were unscathed. The net of swords was dense, and it actually caused one to be unable to find the slightest opportunity to take advantage of. You want to block my way with a mere sword formation? Another prodigy walked out. He carried a golden long sword on his back. Dao patterns intertwined on the sword, dazzling and dazzling. Sword chi circulated around his body, making him look extremely domineering. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw him. Oh, it's Zhao Wuqian, the top heaven's favorite of the heavenly wind planet. Rumor has it that he has the inheritance of the master of the heavenly Dao, and his sword Dao is very high. Maybe he can break this sword formation. This person could be said to be one of the top heaven's favorites, second only to the deity seed. Even if he doesn't become an immortal, he has a high chance of becoming the master of the heavenly Dao in the future. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Zhao Wuqian made his move. The long sword on his back was unsheathed with a clang and landed in his hand. The emperor's chi surged and was injected into the longsword. After a flash of golden light, the domineering golden sword chi pierced through the sky with the power to shatter the stars. With a boom, the void exploded. Countless streaks of sword chi were shattered. Everyone's eyes lit up. He did it. Zhao Wuqian couldn't help but smirk. That's all. However, the next moment, thousands of streaks of sword chi converged to form a huge silver-white sword shadow, shattering Zhao Wuqian's golden sword chi. The two streaks of sword chi collided, and a huge impact swept out. Zhao Wuqian was the first to be hit. He flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. How can this be? This sword formation actually has a second transformation. Zhao Wuqian's face was pale, and his eyes were dark. The rest of the cultivators all revealed looks of disappointment. Even Zhao Wutian can't break this array. It seems like only a prodigy of the celestial seed level can break this array. The 7th stage is already so difficult. I wonder how difficult the later stages will be. This Dao artifact is too rare. The virtual immortal Chintian said that this is his proudest work, so it's reasonable for him to set up such a difficult test. Everyone looked at a few figures not far away. They were the celestial seeds. They were the only ones who had a chance of breaking this 7th-stage array. Everyone who wanted to go first. Ziyun Fan, the celestial seed, smiled. Beside him, a swordsman in a black robe had sword chi circulating around his body. He looked at the sword formation with a bright light in his eyes. It seems like fellow Taoist Fei Yun is going to make a move. Ziyun Fan and the others looked at the black-robed swordsman. This person's name was Feng Fei Yun. He was the inheritor of an ancient orthodoxy in the purple-gold galaxy, an orthodoxy that even the Purple Star sect was wary of. Just as the celestial seed Feng Fei Yun was about to make his move, all of a sudden, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A handsome young man in a wide-sleeved white robe with a gorgeous white jade long sword hanging on his waist slowly walked in. The young man had waist-length black hair, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. There seemed to be a faint smile on his face, which made people feel good about him. His white robe was peerless and handsome. Even the celestial seeds could not help but look at him. Who is this person? How can he have such an extraordinary aura? This aura is extraordinary. Could it be that he's also in celestial seed? I've never seen him before. It was Chu Kuangren. Feng Fei Yun, who was about to make his move, stopped for a while because of his appearance. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren walked straight towards the Thousand Swords formation. He's going to break the formation. I'm curious to see what he's capable of. The celestial seed's interest was piqued. Meanwhile, Zhao Wutian, who had failed to break the formation, had consumed a Taoist pill that he had kept for a long time. His injuries were almost healed. He gripped the Taoist sword in his hand tightly, trying to break the formation again. "Excuse me." At that moment, a cold voice rang in his ears. Zhao Wutian frowned and looked behind him. He saw Chu Kuangren standing behind him with his hands behind his back. "Why are you giving way? Don't block my way. You can't break it." Chu Kuangren glanced at him and said. He had observed this formation before. If one was not as proficient in formations as he was, there would need to be at least a Taoist master to break it. It was a shame. Zhao Wutian was just a top-tier heavenly honorable. Although he was a Taoist master. Still, he was not a Taoist master. "How dare you look down on me?" Zhao Wutian's expression darkened as a powerful sword pressure erupted from his body and locked onto Chu Kuangren. The long sword in his hand trembled slightly before he slashed out. Chapter 837. Zhao Wutian flew into a rage out of humiliation and struck out with his sword. However, the sword ray stopped in midair as 2 fingers clamped onto the golden longsword, shattering it. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight. Even the celestial seed could not help but be stunned. Although Zhao Wutian was not in celestial seed, his strength was not something an ordinary person could match. He was invincible against anyone below the Taoist master level. Taoist master. Zhao Wutian swallowed his saliva. It could not be. He had encountered a Taoist master. How could this be? Weren't those who could challenge the formation all Sky Prides? Most of the Sky Prides who had reached the Taoist master level were celestial seeds. He remembered all of them, afraid that he would accidentally provoke them. However, he had no impression of this person before him. This person was in celestial seed. "You're too hot-tempered to attack just because of a disagreement," Chu Kuangren said calmly. Then, with a flick of his finger, the golden longsword let out a series of sword cries, and a huge force exploded from the sword. Zhao Wutian's arm trembled, and the longsword flew out of his hand. Chu Kuangren casually swung his hand, and the golden longsword flew out and pierced through Zhao Wutian's chest, bringing him into the sword formation. There was a loud explosion. Zhao Wutian was shattered by the sword chi and turned into a mist of blood. Taoist master. This person is definitely a Taoist master. It's not just a Taoist master. Those who can challenge the formation are all quite young. And this person is in celestial seed, an unfamiliar celestial seed. Interesting. The crowd gasped and looked at Chu Kuangren with a serious expression. After killing Zhao Wutian, Chu Kuangren did not stop and walked straight towards the Thousand Swords formation. He lifted his finger and a purple ray of light shot out. The purple ray was like a sword that shuttled back and forth in the sword formation. Any sword chi that got close to him was shattered. He actually passed through the 7th round without the slightest effort. This move made the crowd even more dumbfounded. How'd he do it? It can't be. The purple ray of light from his finger isn't that powerful. It's not even as powerful as Zhao Wutian's sword chi. Then how did he break through the sword formation? The crowd was puzzled. Only a handful of people could see the trick. Using an array to break an array. Good move. This person can be said to be a grandmaster in the Tao of formations. That purple light just now was able to accurately strike the sword chi formation's formation core. The other immortal seeds looked at each other and followed suit. In terms of formation Tao, they were naturally far inferior to Chu Kuangren. However, it was not impossible for them to break the formation with brute force. The 8th stage. This trial was much stronger than the 10,000 swords formation. It was a 5 ways mega formation. Even for Chu Kuangren, it was still a little difficult, so he stayed there for a while. After studying it for a while, he began to break the formation. By the time he broke the formation, the immortal seeds had already arrived. As an immortal seed, not to mention attaining the Tao Lord realm, he actually has the time to study formations to such an extent. Could it be that he entered the Tao through arrays? It's possible. All the immortal seeds were secretly guessing. An immortal seed that came out of nowhere was worth paying attention to. Over the years, other than our purple star and Venus, a few more immortal seeds have appeared. It seems that the great opportunity is about to appear. Ziyin Fan murmured. Beside him, the eyes of the other immortal seeds lit up when they heard his words. They were looking forward to that great opportunity. Chu Kuangren did not know about the so-called great opportunity. After breaking the 5 ways mega formation, he arrived at the 9th stage. The 9th stage. The final stage of the Great Cloudy Formation. This stage was extremely mysterious. There were many interlocking formations, such as confusion formations, entrapment formations, siege formations, and so on. In order to break such a formation, one would have to go through a lot of complicated deductions and calculations. It was a very energy-consuming task. Chu Kuangren could have broken the formation with brute force. However, he had been breaking formations with his own throughout his journey. Now, he did not want to give up halfway. He wanted to find out what his limits were in terms of formations. I, Chu Kuangren, have never been weaker than anyone, be it in terms of cultivation or formation. Chu Kuangren's eyes lit up as he looked at the great formation before him, filled with pride. He began to deduce the formation. Ziyun Fan, Cruel Gold, and the others looked solemn when they saw the formation. They knew that it was not a formation that could be broken by one person. Everyone, this formation is not simple. Even for us, breaking it will be extremely difficult. Why don't we work together? Ziyun Fan suggested. The others pondered for a while before they agreed. Sure, let's work together to break the formation. As for the Tao weapon, we'll have to rely on our own abilities. That's settled then. Ziyun Fan nodded. Then, he looked at Chu Kuangren, who was still trying to decipher the formation. He stepped forward and said, Fellow Taoist, it won't be easy to decipher this formation. Why don't you join forces with us to break it? Chu Kuangren shook his head. No need. A Tao weapon. He did not care whether he could get it or not. Compared to the Tao weapon, he was more interested in breaking the formation in front of him. Ziyun Fan frowned when he heard Chu Kuangren's words, but he did not try to persuade him. Then I wish you good luck. After that, he and the other immortal seeds dived into the ninth stage. Outside the formation, the heavenly dust immortal shook his head as he looked at Chu Kuangren, who was trying to deduce the formation. This person is too arrogant. This formation is the essence of my array Tao, and its mysteriousness is incomparable to the previous ones. No matter how high your array Tao cultivation is, you won't be able to master it without a few years. After a few years, the Tao weapon would have been taken by someone else. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days had passed. Inside the formation, Ziyun Fan, Cruel Gold, and the others had finally passed this stage after going through the torment of the formation. What appeared in front of them was a vast palace. In the palace, there was a white ball of light with Taoist patterns flowing within it. A powerful Tao weapon's fluctuation spread out from it. Is this the peerless Tao weapon? What a powerful fluctuation! Haha, it's mine now. Even the immortal seeds could not help but feel excited at the sight of this peerless Tao weapon. Ziyun Fan immediately made his move and dashed towards the ball of light. However, the moment he made his move, the others also made their moves. Feng Feishuan unsheathed his long sword and blocked Ziyun Fan's attack. The others also engaged in a fierce battle. The comrades who were originally working together in the formation immediately turned against each other. They fought fiercely for the Tao weapon. Everyone had expected this to happen. We'll have to fight sooner or later anyway. In that case, I'll try out the Royal Heaven Sword sex techniques today. Ziyun Fan sneered. Please, Feng Feishuan said indifferently, just as the immortal seeds were engaged in a fierce battle. In front of the ninth stage of the cloudy, illusionary formation, Chu Kuangren was still deducing the method to break the formation. He was not doing alone, but the three souls, heaven, earth, and human, were all doing it at the same time. That was extremely terrifying. One Chu Kuangren's level of comprehension was already extremely abnormal, let alone 3 of them. Initially, the heavenly dust immortal thought that Chu Kuangren would need at least a few years to figure out the method to break the last stage. However, there was no need for that. 5 days. It only took him 5 days to figure out the crux of the formation. Now, it's time to break the formation. A terrifying ray of light shot out from Chu Kuangren's eyes. Chapter 838. Now is the time to break the formation. Chu Kuangren's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. He took a step forward and entered the formation. With him, at the center, a majestic sword pressure spread in all directions like a tidal wave. In an instant, the ground shook. At the same time, the entire cloudy formation shook. Inside the formation, the group of immortal seeds sensed the aura and stopped fighting. They looked at the source of the aura in shock. Outside the formation, the imaginary immortal dust sky's expression changed. Inside the ninth stage, the moment Chu Kuangren stepped into the formation, countless layers of interlocking formations whizzed towards him, either to trap, kill, or trap him. The formation patterns flowed brilliantly. However, at that moment, along with the terrifying sword pressure, the descendant self-sword was unsheathed. Sword chi swirled around the body of the magnificent sword. It transformed into a streak of light and struck on the openings of the 9th level of the cloud void formation. With a series of loud explosions, the interlocking formations that formed the 9th stage were broken one after another, losing their power. A white palace appeared in Chu Kuangren's vision. Within the palace, waves of Taoist weapons could be felt. The descendant self-sword returned to its scabbard. Chu Kuangren looked at the palace and chuckled. It seems that the Taoist weapon has not been taken by the immortal seeds. I shall not hold back then. Break the formation first, then take the Taoist weapon. Chu Kuangren stood with his hands behind his back and walked towards the white palace with his head held high. Meanwhile, outside the formation, the imaginary immortal dust sky was dumbfounded when he saw that the formation had been broken. 5 days. I've studied this formation for tens of thousands of years, yet he only took 5 days to break it. What kind of monster is he? F***ck me. The imaginary immortal dust sky could not help but curse. Then, he took a deep breath and looked at Chu Kuangren through the light screen. His eyes were filled with awe and curiosity. Where did such a monster come from? Could it be one of those orthodoxies? That can't be right. I know all the immortal seeds cultivated by those orthodoxies. There's no one like him. An immortal seed of unknown origin. It was too surprising. Inside the White Palace, Chu Kuangren walked in with his head held high. Wen Xianfan, Jin Jie, Feng Feishuan, and the others saw Chu Kuangren. Their faces turned grim when they sensed the domineering aura emanating from his body. I didn't expect him to really break the formation. And this pressure, it's no small matter. I'm afraid he isn't an ordinary Dao Lord. Since when did this immortal seed appear in the purple gold galaxy? Ziyan Fan and the others sensed a strong threat from Chu Kuangren that they had never felt before, and they were both shocked and suspicious. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren ignored all the immortal seeds and focused his attention on the white orb of light. The Taoist weapon fluctuations that he sensed were coming from that orb. Xiao AI, analyze it. It's a Heaven Dao artifact. It's a defense-type artifact, and it can change its form according to its master's will. It has a certain growth potential, Heavenly Dao artifact. This was indeed rare. But why is it a defensive type? There was a hint of disappointment in Chu Kuangren's eyes. He had the stellar immortal physique, which made his physical body extremely tough. Not many in the same realm as him could break through his defense. On top of that, he had an immortal body. This combination allowed him to completely ignore defense in battle. Compared to a defense-type Heaven Dao artifact, Chu Kuangren was more inclined toward an offense-type or support-type artifact, since it would be more useful to him. Oh well, it's a Heaven Dao artifact after all. It'll give me an extra layer of protection, Chu Kuangren murmured as he walked towards the Heaven Dao artifact. If you want a Heaven Dao artifact, you'll have to ask for our permission first. A cold voice was heard. A muscular man appeared in front of Chu Kuangren. With a lift of his arm, a terrifying aura erupted as he threw a punch at Chu Kuangren. Boom! That punch landed on the ground and created a huge crater. If it were not for the fact that the Dust Sky Star was the abode of an illusory immortal and that the star was protected by an illusory immortal's power, that punch would have shattered the Dust Sky Star. Wait a minute. Landed on the ground? Where is he? The muscular man's eyes narrowed as he felt a sudden chill coming from behind him. His body immediately dashed away. However, he was one step too late. A ray of sword chi shot out and landed on his shoulder, creating a bloody hole. Chu Kuangren stood not far away from him, with sword chi swirling around his fingertips. He looked at the crowd and said, "If I want to take this Dao artifact, I'll have to ask for your permission first. Then let me ask you, do you agree?" As soon as he said that, a majestic, domineering aura erupted with him as the purple Ultimate Emperor's chi swept out in all directions like a raging wave. Within a radius of a few hundred kilometers, the ground cracked and the landscape changed. All the immortal seeds that came into contact with the Emperor's chi were pushed back a few hundred meters. How powerful! A minor Daelord's advanced stage cultivation base. A normal minor Daelord's advanced stage cultivation base can't destroy the Dust Sky Star that's protected by an illusory immortal's power with just the Emperor's chi alone. This guy is not simple. The immortal seeds looked at Chu Kuangren as if they were facing their greatest enemy. The muscular man who was injured by the sword chi took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it to suppress his injury. This guy's movement speed is a little strange. It doesn't look like a movement technique. It's more like he disappeared in an instant. It's a spatial technique. Ziyan Fan said, a late-stage minor Dao Lord who specializes in spatial techniques. This is going to be troublesome. This is rare, even among the immortal seeds. I won't let you have the ultimate Dao artifact. The Golden Star Immortal Seed, Jin Jie snorted. He took a step forward as a terrifying Emperor's chi surged around his body. Amidst the Taoist patterns, a purplish-black staff appeared out of thin air. It was a great Downlord weapon. Jin Jia held the great Downlord weapon and leaped into the air. Sky-shattering staff. The Taoist patterns intertwined as the Emperor's chi converged to form a giant purplish-black staff shadow that smashed down at Chu Kuangren. This attack is quite powerful. Chu Kuangren squinted. That attack was no less powerful than an ordinary peak minor Downlord. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Chu Kuangren raised his arm and unleashed a punch. Just the power of his physical body alone was enough to set off a series of violent gales. Wherever the fist energy passed, the void would suddenly explode. That giant staff shadow was shattered with a single strike. Jin Jia, on the other hand, was swept away by the fist energy and was sent flying. Compared to the time when he was on Firmament Star, Chu Kuangren had devoured many more planets in the past few months. His Starlight Immortal physique had become much stronger. He was one step closer to the peak level. Other things aside, his physical strength alone was enough to defeat an ordinary Great Downlord, let alone Jin Jia. What? How was this possible with such physical strength? The crowd was in disbelief. Apart from being an expert in spatial Dao, his physical body was also so strong. What kind of freak was he? This person's strength cannot be underestimated. Let's attack together, the burly man suggested. The crowd was a little hesitant at that. As immortal seeds, they had their own pride. If word got out that they would team up against one person, it would not look good on them. However, it was impossible for them to give up on the ultimate Dao artifact. Come on, don't worry too much. Let's attack together. That way, you might have a chance to hurt me. Chu Kuangren smiled at the crowd. Ziyun Fan, Jin Jia, Feng Feiyun, and the others' faces sank when they heard his provocative words. Aren't you underestimating us a little too much? We're all immortal seeds. You're overestimating yourself if you think you can take on so many of us by yourself. Chapter 839. It was an extreme provocation. Chu Kuangren had challenged all the celestial seeds on Dusty Star. His arrogant words made all the celestial seeds unhappy. Knowing that he was not easy to deal with, these prideful celestial seeds decided to team up for the first time in order to obtain the Dao weapon. Outside Dusty Star, the great cloudy formation had disappeared. All the cultivators were shocked by the shocking scene before them. Am I seeing this right? The celestial seeds are teaming up. Oh my God, these prideful celestial seeds are teaming up against one person. What kind of pressure is this person giving them? I can't imagine. This person is only 39 years old. During the White Jade Dragon Pillar test, this person was indeed 39 years old. But who can tell me whose Sky Pride is so powerful at 39 years old? Even if he's a celestial seed, it's impossible. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. They looked at Chu Kuangren with excitement. Some of them quickly took out their image recording stones to record the scene before them. If everything went as planned, Chu Kuangren's name would spread throughout the purple gold galaxy regardless of whether he won or lost. After all, not everyone could make the celestial seeds team up. Moreover, he was a 39-year-old cultivator. Inside Dusty Star, Chu Kuangren stood with his hands behind his back, facing the celestial seeds in front of him. Go! Feng Feiyun was the first to attack. He was a celestial seed that specialized in sword Dao. The moment he unsheathed his long sword, a dazzling sword ray bloomed and turned into a torrential torrent of sword chi that surged towards Chu Kuangren. In terms of swordsmanship, you're still lacking. Chu Kuangren chuckled. He did not unsheathe the Descendant Self sword at his waist. Instead, he condensed a sword chi at his fingertip and unleashed a purple sword shadow. Heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. The sword ray shattered the torrent, forcing Feng Feiyun to retreat. On the other side, Cruel Jean had already arrived in front of Chu Kuangren with his staff in his hand. He waved his staff, and thousands of staff shadows appeared. Chu Kuangren reached out his hand and accurately grabbed onto the staff. His physical strength exploded. Cruel Jin's body was involuntarily thrown out. Star-picking finger. At this moment, the purple cloud sail converged the starlight that filled the sky and turned into a giant finger. With a single point, it seemed as if the stars would collapse. That attack reminded Chu Kuangren of Zi Wuheng in the past. The other party also had a similar profundity. Zi Wuhen and Zi Yinfan were both from Purple Star, so it was reasonable that the Tao and secret arts they cultivated were somewhat similar. With a single thought, myriad deity, tribulation, fire lotus, Chu Kuangren channeled his mind power, and an endless stream of flames converged towards him. A golden-red fire lotus suddenly erupted. The finger's shadow shattered. The flames surged out and smashed into Zi Yunfan's body, burning several holes in his gorgeous purple robes. Damn it, this power is psychic power? Why is this guy's cultivation technique so heterogeneous? Zi Yunfan was puzzled. Most cultivators focused on a single path. Even if it was an immortal seed, it was the same. Only by concentrating all of one's energy on one path would one be able to cultivate it into the celestial Tao. Even so, very few celestial seeds would succeed. However, Chu Kuangren had learned so many things. How could he focus on cultivating to become an immortal? Zi Yinfan was not the only one who was puzzled. The other celestial seeds were also overwhelmed by Chu Kuangren's endless but different cultivation techniques. They could not get used to it all. Physical body, Emperor's Qi, mind power, spatial Tao. Chu Kuangren was proficient in all of them. Myriad Taoist avatar. Emperor's Qi circulated around Chu Kuangren's body, and in an instant, an extremely violent Taoist fluctuation spread out. A gigantic, colorful avatar formed out of thin air, and the myriad Taoist avatar flowed endlessly, its power shocking the entire starry sky. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw that avatar. What kind of weird avatar is this? Sword Tao, Flame Tao, Light Tao. So many different types of energy converge, and they all seem to be Taoist physique fluctuations. What is this? A hodgepodge of Taoist physiques. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was their first time seeing such a cultivation technique. It would be fine if Chu Kuangren knew a little of everything. But the problem was that every Tao he used was terrifyingly powerful. It was as if every Tao he specialized in was his own Tao. Heavenly Waterfall Strike. The female cultivator Immortal Seed, who was surrounded by a faint blue glow, raised her hand and gathered her Emperor's Qi Taoist patterns, which then turned into a gigantic waterfall that smashed towards Chu Kuangren. However, the myriad Taoist avatar simply unleashed a punch. Amidst the explosion, the waterfall shattered. The violent impact sent the female cultivator flying, spewing blood. What a powerful avatar. Do you think you're the only one with an avatar? The burly man who was previously sent flying by Chu Kuangren's sword Qi stood up and snorted. The Emperor's Qi on his body surged and combined with the Taoist patterns to form a gigantic human figure clad in golden armor and wielding a giant sword. The golden avatar was like a majestic general. Have a taste of my golden-armored warrior's power. The burly man roared. The immortal seed's eyes lit up at that. That's the golden-armored Taoist sect's golden-armored warrior. What a powerful fluctuation. The golden-armored Taoist sect is indeed one of the most ancient orthodoxies in the purple gold galaxy. It's truly extraordinary. Even the Purple Star and Golden Star Immortal Civilization might not be able to find an avatar cultivation technique like this. Facing the Golden Armored Warrior's charge, Chu Kuangren merely smiled without saying a word. Behind him, the myriad Taoist avatar took a step forward. Dozens of Taoist fluctuations converged. Just one Tao, and Chu Kuangren was already extraordinary. How terrifying would the explosive power of these dozens of Taoists be? The myriad Taoist avatar unleashed a punch, and a colorful light sphere condensed. Within that light sphere, light and darkness intertwined, chaos and heaven and earth collided, flames and frost fused, and all sorts of transformations. The punch landed on the golden-armored warrior's body. The light sphere exploded. All sorts of Taoist fluctuations swept out. In the void, dazzling lights flickered continuously, accompanied by a suffocating Taoist aura. The golden-armored warrior was shattered. The burly man's pupils shrank when he felt the impact. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, smashing through a mountain before being buried by rocks and soil. As for Ziyan Fan, Feng Feiyun, and the other immortal seeds, they did not fare too well either. As the power of that punch spread, the immortal seeds tried their best to resist it. However, they were still blasted away, and each of them was injured. Chu Kuangren, on the other hand, stood motionless. The myriad Taoist avatar towered behind him, giving the immortal seeds a sense of superiority. They had never felt such a sense of oppression, even when facing a top-notch Great Tao Master. Yet now, they felt it from Chu Kuangren. Outside the dusty sky star, the crowd no longer knew how to describe their shock. He's too strong, too strong. Yeah, such power is definitely at the level of a Great Tao Master. This guy's cultivation base is at the minor Taoist realm, but he can unleash the combat strength of a Great Tao Master without using an immortal technique. Such power is rare, even among the immortal seeds. I guess only the top 3 sequence cultivators of the Purple Star and Golden Star realm are capable of this. The most important thing is that he's only 39 years old. Even a sequence cultivator can't compare to such talent. Exclamations of shock were heard one after another. Even the dusty sky immortal, who had been observing from behind the scenes, could not help but be shocked. His expression was extremely solemn. This guy has the poise of an immortal. Chapter 840. On Dust Star, Chu Kuangren was facing off against a group of immortal seeds, all by himself. 10,000 Dharma idols, suppressing everyone. Everyone, give it your all. This battle isn't just for the Tao artifact. It's also for the face of the immortal seed. If we lose, what face will we have left? Ziyan Fan said solemnly. Hearing this, the others nodded, following that powerful auras emanated from their bodies. Mysterious Tao ripples instantly enveloped the entire Dutian star. Chu Kuangren was intrigued. Oh, an immortal technique. These immortal seeds were executing immortal spells. Come, let me see your strongest power. Chu Kuangren was instantly filled with pride. Then, the 10,000 Daos behind him dissipated. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised and bewildered when they saw this. Why did he suddenly disperse his Dharma form? Did he give up resisting? Just as everyone was puzzled, an incredibly terrifying surge of sword pressure erupted from Chu Kuangren's body and swept out in all directions. The enormous sword pressure shocked everyone present. Immortal magic. It's an immortal art fluctuation. This person is planning to use immortal techniques against immortal techniques. Very good. Let's see what kind of celestial art he has mastered. The immortal seeds focused their gazes and pushed their Emperor Qi to the limit. Tao patterns interweaved, and celestial techniques shone out. Star, river destruction. The purple cloudy sail converged the starlight that filled the sky and formed a vast galaxy that stretched for tens of thousands of miles before it crashed towards Chu Kuangren. Water, resonating art. Water, splendor sky. The blue-robed female cultivator's body surged with the power of water. The water roared and the light of the water flowed, brewing a violent wave of power. 9 Nether Fire Wind Technique. Jean Jie's body emitted a strange netherworld fluctuation. Black smoke spread out from his body and turned into flames that burned the heaven and earth. The flames converged and turned into a huge black pillar of fire that shot out. Soaring Dragon, Sword Qi. The Emperor Qi in Feng Feiyun's body turned into Sword Qi, and the Sword Qi turned into the shape of a dragon. The domineering might of the dragon-shaped Sword Qi covered the sky. Dragon-shaped Sword Qi whizzed out, tearing the void apart. Several types of immortal techniques charged towards Chu Kuangren at the same time. Even a great Tao Lord would find it hard to endure this attack. The entire dusty star was shaken. Chu Kuangren, on the other hand, stood where he was without moving. He was as steady as Mount Tai, and his chi was as still as the abyss. His sword pressure swept across the entire area. Sovereign sword technique, sole ruler of the universe. Chu Kuangren yelled indifferently. Behind him, a golden Emperor Dharma form was formed. There were several rays of golden sword chi in the palm of the Dharma form. Then the sword chi swept out. Golden sword energy was peerlessly domineering, shocking heaven and earth. It powerfully hacked towards the immortal techniques released by the great immortal seeds, producing the most intense collision. The shockwaves were like raging waves crashing against the shore, crazily smashing the void. The entire dusty star seemed to be on the verge of shattering. In the palace, suspended in the clouds, the virtual immortal Chun Tian frowned. These fellas sure are causing a huge ruckus. Are they trying to tear down this old man's home? As soon as he finished speaking, a white aura spread out. The aura enveloped the entire dust sky star, dissipating the impact of the celestial arts clashing. It stabilized the dust sky star, not allowing it to be destroyed. This was the power of a hollow immortal. Everyone sensed that a false immortal had taken action, and they couldn't help but feel shocked. However, they immediately looked towards the center of the battlefield. They wanted to see what the outcome of this battle would be. A clash between celestial techniques. Who would be the stronger one? After that round of impact, the surroundings fell into a violent turbulence. Billowing smoke and dust shrouded the white palace, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. Even if they wanted to use their emperor's thought to observe, they would be affected by the fluctuations of the celestial arts. After a long while, the smoke and dust dissipated, and the fluctuations of the celestial arts retracted. Everyone looked expectantly, but their eyes could not help but narrow. The scene in front of them shocked them. With the white palace as the center, the ground within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was already full of potholes, as if it had been ravaged by natural disasters. This was the result of the protection of the hollow immortal's power. If not for it, the dust sky star would have turned into cosmic dust. Such a huge destructive power was shocking. However, that was not the most shocking thing. What made everyone dumbfounded was that in the white palace, there was a figure standing in the wind. His eyes were filled with disdain, as if he was looking down on the world. Not far away from him, the celestial seeds were lying on the ground, each of them severely injured. Some of them had disheveled hair, while others had bloodied faces. Some of the celestial seeds even had their arms broken, their faces pale. The celestial seeds were in a sorry state. Meanwhile, Chu Kuangren was still standing there, unscathed. The scene before them was just too glaring. The celestial seeds lost. They joined forces, but they still lost to a single person. Oh my God, where did this person come from? His strength is just too terrifying. This is definitely a top-notch celestial seed. The cultivators gulped, their hearts pounding. Meanwhile, the sky prides and celestial seeds stared at Chu Kuangren in disbelief. They had lost. Not only that, but they had also joined forces with the other celestial seeds. They would not even have dared to imagine such a thing in the past. Regardless of how shocked the crowd was, Chu Kuangren did not care. He walked up to the supreme Taoist weapon and grabbed it. However, when he grabbed the white orb, he felt a wave of resistance. This supreme Taoist weapon had a spirit of its own, and it would not submit to anyone easily. Sensing the resistance, Chu Kuangren sneered, and the Emperor's chi within his body surged out like a raging wave, crashing against the Taoist weapon. "Submit to me." Not long after, the resistance gradually disappeared. Chu Kuangren commanded in his mind. The white orb landed on his body and turned into a luxurious white wide-sleeved robe. Its Taoist patterns intertwined with each other and radiated brilliance. A defensive Taoist weapon. Judging from the fluctuations, it's at least a heavenly Taoist weapon. The celestial seeds stared at the luxurious robe on Chu Kuangren with fiery eyes. Heavenly Taoist weapons were rare. This was especially true for a defensive heavenly Taoist weapon. For cultivators below the heavenly Lord realm, it was a life-saving treasure. Even the celestial seeds present did not have such a good item. I can't believe the Taoist weapon refined by the heavenly dust immortal is such a good item. How surprising. D*M in it. It's such a shame that this item has fallen into someone else's hands. The celestial seeds were filled with regret. The Taoist weapon has an owner. Young friend, can we talk inside? As for the others, you may return. A voice came from the palace above the clouds. It was the heavenly dust immortal inviting Chu Kuangren. Chu Kuangren did not reject the invitation. Then I shall take my leave. He was about to enter the palace. Hold it right there. At that moment, Ziyin Fan called out to him from behind. Chu Kuangren glanced at him. Do you still want to fight? No. Tell me your name. Ziyin Fan said solemnly. Not only him, but the other celestial seeds were also looking at him. A group of celestial seeds had joined forces, yet they were defeated by a single person. If they did not even know his name, it would be a joke. My name? Chu Kuangren chuckled. Then he lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. A huge surge of Emperor's chi spread out with him as the center and swept in all directions. To avoid the Emperor's chi, the celestial seeds leaped into the air and looked at Chu Kuangren, puzzled. Look at the ground. Suddenly, one of the celestial seeds exclaimed. Under Chu Kuangren's Emperor's chi, the terrain within a 100-kilometer radius, including the mountains and ridges, changed, forming 3 magnificent words. Chu Kuangren, using the ground as paper and the Emperor's chi as ink, Chu Kuangren carve his name. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.